I had to join just to go, oh no! I know. What happened? So this is basically how he got his facial scar. And I don't know who tied him up and who done doed it, but they terrible. So will Arazi survive? I wanted to make this picture be like suspenseful. Kind of like if you had your favorite character tied up to some train tracks and the train is coming and you're like, oh my god, how are they gonna get out of this? Yeah, he's gonna make it out somehow. I don't know how, but it's gonna be fun. So I want to show you guys, I mean, you know, obviously Boot Fist already knows how I set this all up, but I'm really proud of myself. I did such a cool photo editing job. So let me show you how I did all this. So you know how I like to Frankenstein pictures together, so I went into WoW and I basically made a replica of Arazi. You know, just from looking at pictures, I make the character and try to match the fur and muzzle and all that. And then I took a whole bunch of different screenshots in Narcissus. So let me see here. Let me go to my screenshots folder. I'll open up a few so you guys can see. I basically spent like 2 hours doing this to set up my reference here. So this is the one that I took. I think this was like just the cheering pose. But I was like, oh, that's perfect. Like if he's hanging upside down, you know, his arms would be like hanging. And then like I took a couple of them because I was like, all right, which one would be good, you know, for the hands. Some of these I took for the ears. I basically took a bunch of different pictures to take different parts of him. This was one of the drowning ones. This was one of the original faces that I picked. And this one. So yeah, I had a lot of fun just taking a bunch of pictures and then, you know, taking little bits and pieces of what I need, you know, for each one to throw together this. So like the tail comes from one picture, the legs and feet come from another, and then the torso with the arms, and then the head, and then each ear individually. So this is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different screenshots put together here. And then I went into Orgrimmar, and you know the fishing dock? That's where I found this pole, actually. So let me show you. I'm just like, I don't know. My process is fun, so I'm sharing it with you. So I took this screenshot of this fishing pole on this dock. And I was like, yeah, that's a great post right there. That could be the post that he's tied up to. So that's where that came from. And then I went into Dragonflight content, and I forget exactly where this spot was, but I was looking for like a spot that could look kind of moody a little bit. Now I did alter the lighting and stuff because obviously this is way more colorful in the game, but I desaturated it. Yeah, I think it's in the Azure span. I don't exactly remember, but let me... They had some really nice looking trees, and I just really liked the look of this background, the composition of it. So I took that screenshot. Originally, let me show you. File open. Okay, so these are the two. So the first picture I took for the background was like this lava-looking cave here. It's like lava and ice. But then I was like, yeah, I don't know. I don't think it works too well. So then I took this one, and there were like sheep in the picture. So I had to kill one of the sheep, and then I had to like erase this guy out. Because, you know, I don't want cute little sheep in this picture. So, yeah, so after I put all of that together, then the next thing I started doing was doing a little drawing. So I drew on the blood, the wounds, the face scar. The ropes, I basically just did some brown brush strokes and then used my rope brush on top. It's real sloppy, like very sloppy choppy, but it gets the picture across. So in doing all this, it just gives me a really good reference for this picture overall. And you know, then I just went through and I did my like little tracing, but adding my own details, like trying to get his facial expression the way I want it. I had to flip it upside down to draw it right side up, because it's really weird drawing a character upside down. Like, it messes with your brain, you know? So I might be flipping this a lot as I'm working on it. Like, I'm gonna be working on him as if he's right side up, even though he's upside down. Just because, like, I don't think my brain can handle drawing upside down, you know? So... And, yeah, so, I did change the pants as per specification, and we're ready to ink the line art today. So that's the goal for today, inking the line art, and then, probably start, like, color flats. Uh-oh, what did I do? What did I do now? If anything needs to be edited, this is the phase, rough sketch phase, so you let me know if I gotta fix anything before I ink it. Because it's a lot harder to fix a, you know, neat, tidy line art than it is a rough sketch. Excuse me. Funny thing is, this would need to fix the scars on the wrong side. Isn't, because I thought no, it's not. It's not on the wrong side. See, look. Watch. Let me. Trust me, I made sure to pay attention to that. Hang on. I gotta get, this. See? Whoop. So when I flip him, whoop. I know it seems that way because he's upside down, but... Ta-da! See? I told you, upside down messes with your brain. Like, I had to make darn sure when I drew the scar, I was like, it's on the right side. Yeah! So, in case I didn't already state the following, this stream is going to contain blood, gore, and Vulpera torture, so, if that, offends or bothers anybody, any sensitive viewers, you might want to leave now, because it's only gonna get worse. This is like one of the first streams where I had to do like a content warning, because I don't know, some people probably don't like gore and stuff, but you know, World of Warcraft, y'all are slaying monsters all the time. There's plenty of violence. I mean, I guess we don't see blood in the game though, but still, we know it's there. Alrighty, so let us get to the inking. Also, I might mute my microphone because there's a YouTube video I really want to listen to. while I'm working. It's an Asmongold video called Why Big Tech is Collapsing. I don't know if this will interest any of you, but I find the topic kind of interesting because, like, you know, a lot of big tech companies are kind of imploding right now. Like, their stocks are tanking and they're not doing very well. Like, you know, Facebook, Twitter, this and that and all that. So this video is gonna be going into maybe the whys, and I really would like to know how this tech bubble sort of happened. American companies are eating dirt straight up. I mean, if you guys don't mind, I could play it on the stream volume if you want, but if you don't want to listen to it, then I'll mute my microphone and I'll just like play it on my cell phone so I could listen to it while I work. But it's up to you guys, because, you know, I like listening to stuff, you know, while I work, because I like learning something new, you know. Reacting to a reaction video is okay. Is that like really meta, like reacting to a reaction to a thing? Watch it be reacting to a reaction to a reaction to a reaction to a video. I wonder if anybody's ever done that. How many layers can we go? Alright then, I'm gonna, oh geez, German 985 has. So yeah, I'll play this then, because I'm very curious about this, what's going on. He's made reactions of reactions of reactions of reactions. Oh man. We're gonna go down the rabbit hole today. Also, Mike was telling me something kind of related. He told me about some kind of something called FTX. He said it was a crypto-based holdings and exchanges company recently involved in an Enron sort of scandal, and it was valued at $40 billion one day and zero the next, and the founder is likely currently in prison. And there's a video about that too. So yeah, like, I don't know. We were talking about how like all this cryptocurrency stuff, like NFTs and everything, is very scammy, and kind of like, why did this become such a big thing, you know? And I just think, you know, it's just a bunch of, you know, scammers just wanting to take advantage of dumb rich people, I guess. Because, like, who would buy an NFT? Like, it's like if somebody was trying to sell you air, it's all around you, and you don't really own anything. That's what an NFT is. It's like you own a number in a queue, but that's basically like you own nothing. And it has like a JPEG or, you know, some kind of media slapped on it, but you don't really own that media. You know what I mean? It's like the whole thing is really stupid. But anyway, without further ado, well, actually, I'm gonna go grab a drink because I just realized I drank all my coffee and I have nothing to drink. I'm gonna go grab a drink, and then we're gonna start the Asmongold thing while I ink the line art. So I will be right back. I love my VTuber avatar. Look at her. Ah. I don't know why her eyes keep blinking so much. And it's like they're like one eye blinks and then the other eye blinks. Like, I hope I don't blink like that. Blink, 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 blink. Anywho, BRB, y'all. Alright, I'm back. So let us get to work.
Silicon Valley is in chaos. Almost all of the major big tech companies are collapsing. For example, Meta was worth over $1 trillion in 2021,
Wow.
but just a year later, and their value has dropped by 2/3. And the other giant
You've got to keep in mind that like it's not like Meta had $1 trillion. They didn't have $1 trillion. This was a valuation of the company.
aren't far behind. Amazon, Meta, Twitter, Tesla, Netflix have all
It's
seen massive
overvalued.
revenue drops, and the scale
I think it's really funny how Mark Zuckerbot, I call him that because like he looks kind of like a robot, you know. But like how he just went crazy with the whole metaverse thing and, you know, blew so much money on something that's like I've seen videos of what the metaverse is like and I'm like, yo, the VR chat and hell even like Second Life has got you beat by leagues. Like this metaverse thing looks like garbage. And yet they threw away so much money hiring people to make this thing. And I'm like, what in the world are you doing, Zuckerbot? Like, I swear, I'm sure VR chat and Second Life cost a fraction to make compared to, like, what this metaverse thing has cost. Like, I'm positive it's just a bunch of people who are scamming Mark Zuckerbot, you know, because they know he's gullible. And they're just like, yeah, we're gonna just sit here on our butts. We're gonna do the bare minimum labor. And we're gonna put out this pile of hot garbage, but he's gonna think it's amazing. And when you see the commercials where he's like, look at these avatars, and you see his avatar and it's like, oh my god, that looks terrible, like those graphics are horrendous. You're not fooling anybody, dude. This is not something people would want. And then it's hilarious when they say how many people are actually using the metaverse and you go in and it's like a ghost town. There's maybe like 17 people in there. And then you're like, okay, how many billions of dollars did he spend on this? And you wonder why, you know, Meta and Facebook and all that is going into the ground. It's like, oh my god. It's because Zuckerberg didn't actually know what he was doing in the first place. Neither did Gates, really. Mm-hmm. Yeah, like, that's... woo-wee! Well, they definitely made some very costly mistakes, that's for sure. Anyway, let's see what else they have to say.
None of these losses is unprecedented, especially considering big tech has been so unstoppable for the last decade. In fact, revenues and profits were skyrocketing. Silicon Valley was a billionaire factory, with some of the most prolific billionaires building their names and their bank accounts on the back of big tech companies. Bill Gates, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, Jack Dorsey, all of them were created by the massive tech boom of the last 4 decades. But then the bubble popped, and now the biggest names in Silicon Valley are seeing their revenue plummet, firing hundreds of thousands of employees, with the stock value of almost every big tech company.
I feel like also like a big factor with this too is that the economy has been going down. Like that's also the truth. Like it's the beginning of a recession and people are getting laid off. Like in the last 10 years, we haven't had that happen. And also like this is what happens with a lot of things is that I think they just keep growing, expecting that they will continue growing. And then eventually they stop growing and they have a bunch of people that they don't need.
Falling dramatically, which leads us to the question, how did it get this bad so quickly? Well, you see, tech was a growing part of the world's economy for years. Over the last decade, tech companies have only got larger and larger. Now, of course, there were ups and downs. For example, the dot-com crash of the late 90s proved the catastrophic consequences of overvaluing tech companies. However, over time, the industry always picked up again. It was a measured climb at first, but soon people forgot the mistakes of the past, and as the years rolled by and technology improved, the companies behind it grew richer and richer. But there were massive problems on the horizon for Silicon Valley, because the path path wasn't all golden. For example, companies like Uber have coasted on their potential, hoovering up investments without a proper model for profitability. The same can be said for Twitter, and yet despite this, all of the giants of the industry grew to immense proportions on paper. For example, in 2018, Meta surpassed $500 billion in net worth, and Amazon were closing in on $1 trillion. But all of these companies had a similar problem. They just weren't worth what people thought they were.
Well, yeah, of course, because people don't know the power of these companies. And also, I think that another reason why these companies are losing value is probably because they're getting regulated more. So, like, these companies don't have as much unlimited control to just do whatever they want. So whenever you have the government making more decisions for these companies, it's going to be harder for people to say how much money the companies can make.
Business models were shaky and in constant need of investment, or they just didn't make that much money to begin with. Their margins were always incredibly tight, and that's why almost all of these tech billionaires never look at the stock price.
That whole period is very interesting because the stock is not the company, when the company is not the stock. And so as I watched the stock fall from 113 to 6, I was also watching all of our internal business metrics. Every single thing about the business was getting better and fast.
Because they believed as their technology spread into every aspect of the world, companies would always ride the wave of future potential. Their shaky
You have to remember also, like, a lot of people treat trading and like stocks the same as people treat NFTs. Like, yes, obviously stocks are based on a real product that provides a value, but functionally for an average person, many people just treat them the exact same.
Business model just didn't appear to be an issue at this point. All these big tech companies were gaining more and more power, and it seemed like they were untouchable because big tech had something invaluable: the eyeballs and data of the entire world.
Oh, yeah.
You see, ever since they started pulling in user data at the massive levels they do now, social media companies were then further driven to maximize their engagement, keeping people on their app for as long as possible, and often as possible became the most important thing, which is why we're all so addicted to our phones and our laptops. It makes all of these big tech companies billions of dollars, allowing them to sell more and more ads and exploit more and more of your data. And over time,
yeah, and I think over time also, like, there's been more laws against it. So every time that a country makes a law against holding people's data, this company's value goes like this, because like now they had this thing and they don't have it anymore, which is a good thing, by the way.
Companies perfected this process by manipulating psychology, making the apps so addictive that the entire world couldn't live without their smartphone. And during this process, they found out that anger and fear are some of the best ways to keep people engaged.
That's
and so
true.
I actually vaguely remember there was this time where like Facebook went down for a little bit, and people were like actually having full on, like, I think people were calling 911 because they were having full on panic attacks, like, oh my god, I can't check my Facebook feed. You know, because Facebook went down for like just a little bit. It was like the end of the world for people. Oh man. Because they're talking about how like these companies made people addicted, you know, to these social media apps. And like, oh, you ain't kidding. Like, there are definitely, like, terminally online people who are severely addicted. But yeah, I do remember, like, there were people calling, is him cheeks fluffy enough? Just in case you're wondering, because he's upside down, I made it so the cheek fur is flopping upside down as well. So it's like, yeah. I will elaborate more on it when I ink the line art, but this is like the little fluffies of the cheeks. They're going downwards with gravity. So it looks weird now because like I'm putting it right side up, but gravity is pulling everything in that direction. But it's just because it's really hard to draw a character upside down. Oh.
Algorithms were fine-tuned for engagement. They
Oh,
pushed
God,
more
it
extreme
really
and more
does.
provocative posts above everything else,
Like, my
putting them in
brain
front
is
of
like-
everyone's faces constantly, all while censoring any information that didn't fit into Silicon Valley's political narrative.
I think that's also another issue, and you're seeing a lot of pushback against that now. Is that, you know, traditional mainstream narratives? So many people have been ostracized from like the larger like tech company websites like Twitter, etc., that there are enough of them that then they have their own secondary websites that they're using instead, like Rumble. Obviously I think Truth Social is pretty much fucking dead besides Donald Trump, acolytes. But as you ban more and more people for having the wrong opinions, eventually you get to a point where the amount of people that you have banned is large enough that they can create their own ecosystem by themselves. And I think that's what's happened.
Which is why Twitter, Meta, and all these other companies became the breeding ground for social media addiction, censorship, and hatred. And as time went on, the cycle ramped up and the culture war worsened. And these changes in the online space were reflected in the real world, leading to riots, unrest, and collapse. It didn't matter to the tech companies though. In fact, this was in their interest. And instead of tackling the problems that they had caused themselves with their algorithms, companies started to then lean further on censorship, suppressing all counter opinions in the name of misinformation. But this solution wouldn't work forever. Tech companies were going to pay the cost for their meddling in public discourse. However, for now, they had to deal with a much more conventional problem: competition. Over the past decade, China has exploded into the technology industry. Companies like Tencent, Huawei, and ByteDance have been eating into the Western market share on a global scale. In fact, Tencent has made numerous takeovers of Western companies like Riot, Epic Games, and even Ubisoft.
Yeah, people don't know this. Riot Games is owned by China.
Oh wow, I didn't know
League of
Riot
Legends
was
is owned by China.
Huh. Oh, I had no idea. Everyone hates Ubisoft. Yeah, like I hear just so many bad things about a lot of like the big game companies, Especially like EA, they're pretty notorious. It's like a lot of the AAA big game companies have had all kinds of just egregious stuff. Either they're popping out games that are glitchy, buggy, unfinished, like messes, or they abuse their employees, or they're doing scummy practices like loot boxes and overly monetizing things and having gambling mechanics. And like I tell you, the gaming industry has been not having a good time. And I always feel like the end result of all of this that's happening with these giant tech companies and game companies and all is just they got greedy. Like they started thinking they could just do whatever they want and make people keep paying all these subscriptions and buying all these loot boxes, and they think that people are never gonna stop. But it's like people are wising up to a lot of these like predatory monetary practices. And also people are we're going through a recession basically, so people are a little bit more choosy about how they're spending their money. So, a lot of these companies are hemorrhaging now because people are not spending their money like they used to. Especially Netflix. Like, Netflix has been losing subscribers like crazy. Howdy, Babone, how you doing? It'll be a crash. They'll know how to addict people, but not they know how to addict people, but not how to really sustain IPs for that long. People won't ever get wise to it at a reasonable scale because the average player is really stupid, lazy, bored, and financially irresponsible. But only take going. True. And the other thing too is like a lot of these social media platforms especially, they never really seemed long-lived to begin with. I mean, like look at MySpace. That came and went. Messaging platforms like Skype came and went. That's just the way it always is with technology. Like stuff comes and goes, and if they're thinking, oh, Facebook is gonna last forever, they're totally dead wrong, because Facebook has been dying, and it is dying. The only people who use Facebook anymore are old people. It's like your parents are using Facebook, pretty much. but like young people, we're on other platforms. Like the TikToks and stuff. I won't touch TikTok with a 10-foot pole, but that's besides the point. Good, now that I can watch and interact with the stream. Was trying to do that from my iPad, but it wouldn't let me. Oh no! Well, hope you're able to get your iPad working. So yeah, like, I feel like these companies were very short-sighted. Like, they just kind of had it in their minds that they were going to be around forever and that people were always going to love using them. And same with the game companies. Oh, anything we make is going to sell like hotcakes because that's just the history of our company, you know? Like Blizzard's like, oh yeah, we're such a big name brand now. We're like rock stars, so any game we make, even if it's a heaping pile of garbage, people are gonna just eat it right up. But you know, now they don't even report the numbers for like World of Warcraft, and I don't really know like what the subscription numbers are for WoW anymore, but they're definitely nowhere near what they used to be. Like, I think Bellular did a video where he estimates there's maybe like 1 million players left in WoW. Also, the World of Warcraft got shut off in China because they couldn't come to an agreement. So I don't know if they ever got that back up and running, or if they found another company, or if the Chinese player base is still cut off, but I feel really bad for them because I would be devastated. Like, if I couldn't play WoW and I lost, you know, my character and everything. I mean, I know the databases is still there. It's not like they deleted people's hard work, but to not be able to play it because of something like that, I'd be so sad. We used to make games, now we make money. I'd leave China if it mattered that much. Oh yeah, like, China is a hot mess for reals, but like, I don't fault the average Chinese citizen for the shenanigans of their government. I mean, it's really awful, you know, that they have like the, you know, Uyghur concentration camps and human rights violations and all kinds of awful crap going on, and censorship and this and that. Like, their country's a mess, and even what's going on with Taiwan and ay. But I still do feel bad though for the Chinese players that have been invested in World of Warcraft, you know, like they've been playing as long as we have, and to have to give that up has got to be rough. Oh my god, this is really hard. Okay. Like, I'm trying to get my thing lined up here.
And through these moves, they've undermined Western dominance in the lucrative gaming industry, with China owning some of the most popular games today like Fortnite and League of Legends. And China's also taking over with things like TikTok and Tencent's investments in Reddit and Discord. And then Huawei attacked hardware manufacturers, releasing cheaper alternatives loaded with Chinese data collection technology. Xiaomi did the same, but to even greater effect. Despite only being founded in 2010, they've gained over 12% of the market already.
Wow.
ByteDance is probably the most sinister. I mean, China was well aware of the disruptive powers of social media long before the West had any idea, and they studied what the Western companies were doing with engagement and turned it into an art form. With TikTok exploding in popularity by playing on Silicon Valley's addictive business model, and by learning from Silicon Valley's successes and mistakes, TikTok has grown by 400% every single year, seizing Western social media companies' audiences from under their noses.
I think that TikTok will usually, like, a lot of there's always the new app that the kids use, and the only thing that you can be sure about is the new app will not be the old app. TikTok is still relatively new, but I would be surprised if TikTok held the same relevance in 10 years, because kids go from one platform to another because they don't want to go to the old platform because they want something new. I think that's what's happened over the years. It's like Vine, for example, yeah.
Oh yeah, Vine went kaput.
Which is why almost every major app has now adopted TikTok's short video model.
Snapchat,
And
yeah.
I feel like Vine went like came and went super fast, like faster than any other platform. Because I just remember for like a short little stint, there was like all these Vine videos. And they were just like really short, like 10-second clips that were usually funny. But like, yeah. And then they shut down Vine. So I guess they all migrated over, you know. Now TikTok is the new. Right now, I feel like TikTok is the new hot social media thing out there. Like it's the big kahuna right now. But it'll eventually, it too will die, because I mean we've seen that's just how this stuff goes. Like none of these platforms are going to remain relevant forever. They all have their moment in the sun and then they have their sunset.
To put it plainly, this is a targeted attack on Silicon Valley. All these companies have incredibly close relationships with the CCP, which has given them enormous room to scale up, because no matter how profitable these companies are, they've always got the Chinese government behind their back, and this gives them a massive advantage over the West. They don't have to deal with pesky human rights laws, ethical impediments, or even profitability. Instead, they can be saved from the knowledge that as long as they pull the party line, they can get away with virtually anything. And this isn't just within China, this is everywhere. They get government backing abroad, as all of these Chinese big social media sites are practically a third party of the Chinese government. And as they work in tandem, these companies have become an unstoppable force. And so whilst the Western tech companies are always at each other's throats, China's tech giants have been allowed to build their monopolies in peace, which is why every day China gains a little more ground on the West, because for every user and customer that China gains, Silicon Valley gets weaker. And this new threat has been awful for big tech's bottom lines, and the true consequences have only just begun today.
Okay, all right, this is very
But before we continue, I want to tell you about the video sponsor Morning Brew. Morning Brew is a free daily newsletter
I'm curious
delivered Monday
to see
to
what's
Sunday,
gonna happen.
getting you up to speed on business, finance,
I
and
hate
tech in just 5
sponsorships.
minutes. You see, before I subscribed to Morning Brew,
How is this different than Amazon and Google?
Asmongold never skips the sponsorship stuff, but I'm not as nice as he is, so I just skip right over that. I don't care about what you're peddling in your video. I don't want to watch it.
I think that a foreign company that is beholden to the government, that has no recourse if the government asks to, you know, like use their files for different things, I think this is very different. But fundamentally, in a lot of ways, it's not. And I think that really with any type of social media, I've said this for years now, they need to be moderated and regulated. Everything that you use is regulated. The Amazon is regulated. That makes the website that you're using. The monitor that you're reading this off of is regulated in like 50 different ways. The fact that like Twitter and like these different platforms can just do whatever they want, I don't really think this has been for the good of the public.
I started my mornings
he's right
aimlessly
there.
scrolling through my phone, watching mind-numbing content. But now with Morning Brew, I get a summary of relevant stories
That's
that are
why.
really informative. For example, I learned that Tesla stock
most of
prices have been
social,
tumbling after Tesla delivered less
most social
cars
is
than was
owned by the US
expected
is
of the
good.
company,
Well,
causing
yeah,
the company's
because it's made from
devaluation
a
to
US
drop by
perspective, of course.
65% in 2022
Yeah,
alone.
makes sense, right?
And Morning Brew highlighted that the reasons for this go much deeper than Musk's ownership of Twitter. Instead, they highlighted how the production at Tesla slowed down due to lockdowns in China, along with demand for electric cars cooling down and gas prices lowering, in addition to the market facing increased competition. And this is just to name a few reasons. And it's clear when you read over Morning Brew's articles that they are witty, relevant, and informative. A much better alternative to the dry, dense, and boring traditional news that so many of us are used to. And that's why there's absolutely no reason not to subscribe to Morning Brew if you're interested in business, finance, or tech news. It's completely free and takes less than 15
I got
seconds to
stuck
subscribe.
on
So
the
sign up for
ad
free by
again.
visiting
Oh, well.
morningbrewdaily.com
I
forward
thought I
slash
got
main or by
past
clicking
it,
the
but I
link
guess
in the
not.
description below.
I don't know if
These
that's good
problems
or
were
not.
still
I've
on the
never used it
horizon,
before.
but they hadn't affected the numbers yet. Apps like TikTok were only just getting started and massive growth was still expected. And by the end of 2016, some journalists were hailing Silicon Valley as the future. They said this because something dramatic had changed.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Whenever I read a new world order begins to arise, I mean, fuck, this doesn't necessarily fill me with a lot of, you know, security, okay? It doesn't sound good.
changed. The list of the top companies used to always be dominated by oil and manufacturing, and a few financial giants that relied on their sheer scale to dominate. But these companies have now been replaced by Google, Amazon, Tesla, Apple, and Microsoft, pushing out the old guard. However, despite their immense valuations, these companies still weren't nearly as profitable as they should have been. From 1995 to 2015, Amazon only made $2 billion in profit, despite the company approaching $1 trillion net worth. Now, yes, this move was meant to dodge taxes, yet it still portrayed a significant disconnect between Silicon Valley and the rest of the world. Rather than focusing on profitability, Silicon Valley...
Well, no, that is like very small. Like, think about it. Usually companies, their valuation is 7x their annual income. Like somewhere between like 5 to 10x. So if you have a valuation of $1 trillion, let's say $800 billion, you would expect to be getting $8 billion to $12 billion a year.
Valley companies were much more focused on growth, and the best example of this is Uber. You see, Uber spent years focused entirely on growth above anything else. They embodied the Silicon Valley mantra, breaking laws in industries to cement themselves in the market. With a massive leak showing that Uber executives were shown instructing their employees to use chaos and violence to uproot the taxi industry and put pressure on governments. And of course, they had big problems with actually making enough money. I mean, their business model still has incredibly low margins, even after they started to squeeze every penny they could and raising all of their prices. Which has caused
I've never used Uber before, but I've heard that people that use it is very expensive. And the people that even drive around with Uber aren't making that much money either.
But to be in a worrying situation. With market saturation, their stock price is
Uber.
plummeting, and the company's dreams of market dominance are now fading into the ground. But Uber does still have a slight chance. The Silicon Valley overconfidence has led...
Like the local taxis in my town, I remember it used to be like $7 or $8 to, get a trip out to like Wilton, which is the nearby town. Now it costs $14 for a one-way trip to Wilton. And that's like a 15-minute drive. So, yeah, taxis have gotten ridiculous at this point. So I'm really grateful that I have my own car, because if I didn't, I would not be able to get anywhere where I live. Because, oh man, the public transportation here is just terrible.
to way more destructive collapses, specifically in the case of WeWork. In early 2019, WeWork was seen as an innovative new company that was set to change the world of work. Although it was founded in New York, the Silicon Valley mentality had definitely gotten to its founder, Adam Neumann. The charismatic CEO was so good at convincing investors that he pulled in billions. And only a few years after its founding, the company had raised over $1 billion for their office space company.
Wow.
And I say office space company, but WeWork was still listed as a tech company. And so WeWork managed to raise over $1 billion for the company, and this was despite mass layoffs at the company and poor financial performance, because simply enough, investors were just in love with the idea, rather than the product in front of them.
Oh, this is what happens. Like, again, it's not like the people that are investing in NFTs are any special kind of stupid. People did this in real life too. People invest in bullshit because it's like, oh, this is the thing that everybody gets into now, so we've got to invest into it. So yeah, big companies do this all the time. Like, yeah, FTX is a good example. Let's see, Theranos is another example. Those are the top two that come to mind right now.
It's like these people are investing
WeWork
in
lost over
nothing.
$2 billion in 2018,
Just throwing
and
their
yet the
money
hype
at stuff.
continued.
Like, oh,
Analysis
it's a tech
stated that the company was
throw
now
your
worth
money
over
at it, you're
$40
gonna be
billion.
rich.
This was more than giants like Airbnb.
Wow.
And by September, the company attempted to gain even more investor money, beginning the process of an IPO or initial public offering. And this would open the shares of the company to the public, raising even further billions for WeWork. And yet, even with this enormous amount of investment, the IPO started to gain scrutiny as investors started to see that the company was really making no money, and it portrayed the true reality of the Silicon Valley business model. Massive
debt. That's the thing, is if you make your company public like that, everybody can see all of your stuff. Like, that's what it means by having a public company. XF company could actually grow and you could get money out of it. NFTs are no value whatsoever. Yeah, but what I'm saying is that these people view them as the same. It's like they're not investing in these companies because they have value. They're investing in these companies because they want to be able to make money. Somehow I dropped my phone and I don't, like, it just fucking disappeared. I don't know where it went. Like, how do I drop my phone and now like, where the fuck did it go?
I'm like,
how do I drop my phone? Oh, there it is. It fell down and it rolled it rolled around behind the Pepsi box, and I couldn't see it. How the fuck does that even happen?
I love when you drop
Yeah,
things
yeah,
and they
pull the
just
fucking
fall
Elden
out
Ring,
of
yeah.
existence. Like, that really
and
is
their
a
revenue
real
propped up by
phenomenon.
other people's money, and so their $40 billion
Curtain
valuation was
rod.
cut by 3/4 in a matter of days, resulting in 20% of the company being fired. And
Yeah, because people finally realize that, you know, it's not real. It's not a big thing. It's not
Newman, their
actually
CEO, and other
there's no
executives were
actual
all
value.
forced to resign, and the company was forced to cut back on its massive growth plans. Reality hit the company hard, and today people are questioning the expiry date of WeWork. But yet again, Silicon Valley didn't learn from this example, despite the very same business practices being used across
Well, it's not that they didn't learn from the example, it's that they realized that investors didn't learn from the example. Because a lot of the people that are making these investment decisions are still not tech savvy enough to understand the scope that they're getting into. And this is even happening with like billion-dollar companies. Because like, look at that guy, Eddie Ibanez, for example. This guy was able to finesse billionaires into believing that he was legitimate with nothing else than saying, I'm in crypto and I make a lot of money with crypto. It's because people don't really understand it, but they want to make sure that they don't get left behind, so they pretend like they do.
Yeah, that makes it really easy for people to just scam. Yeah, exactly. It's a big grift. So it's like all you gotta do is say to investors, I'm making a tech company and I'm gonna be a crypto bro. And they're like, oh, that makes a lot of money. Here, let's invest in you. And then they just take the money and run. Just move to a private tropical island. Like, yeah, that guy just raised $1 billion. He's set for life. All he has to do is run away. These are the robber barons of the 21st century. Wow, well said. Absolutely. Like, when I first heard about NFTs and I saw, like, you know, these YouTube videos that were trying to explain what they are, I was like, well, that just sounds like a scam. You're basically selling people nothing and then saying it has value, and it doesn't. That's as good as pet rocks, yo. Like, anybody could pick up a rock and a Sharpie and just draw a little smiley face on the rock and say, this is Bentley, he's a pet rock, and he's worth $500 because I say so. I mean, and look at Beanie Babies too. This is Peanut, the royal blue elephant. It's worth $1,500. If you buy enough of these, you have your kid's college fund. Oh, wait, you mean Beanie Babies aren't worth anything anymore? It's true. Well, yeah, at least they were real, you know? But it is really funny that there's people who literally, like, spent their kids' college money on collecting Beanie Babies because they thought it was an investment. And then, you know, Ty just ended up producing too many of them and he killed the value of them, and the whole market for Beanie Babies pretty much crashed. And there were a lot of people who were just out of a ton of money and left with hundreds and hundreds of Beanie Babies. I myself admit that I was an avid collector of Beanie Babies when I was a kid. And by the time I graduated college, I had 300 Beanie Babies. I really did love them. I still do. I'm not gonna lie, they are really cute. I still have a few. I ended up donating most of them and giving them away as gifts. But yeah, at least Beanie Babies was real. Like, NFT is nothing. And also, why would anybody want an NFT of this ugly bored monkey? Like, the whole bored ape thing is just like, ugh. I don't see the appeal of any of this at all. Just, I don't know.
tons of tech companies, this was just seen as an isolated case by tech elites. Besides, now wasn't the time to consolidate and slow down. And then as 2019 came and went, the world was forced into the pandemic.
First U.S. case has been...
This is also like a really big point, is that social media grew exponentially during COVID, and now that COVID is over, you're naturally going to have a lot of people that are not going to be using social media as much because they're not home all day. So like, again, this is a natural thing. It has nothing to do with the company itself. It just has to do with things that happen in the world that the company is a part of.
detected. There's confirmation
Yeah,
the
pretty much.
coronavirus has reached Australia.
Nobody's
Here
gonna wear
that tech
masks
companies
again.
will double
Nobody gives a
down.
fuck.
COVID-19,
Even
as
if
it was
the
for
numbers
so
go
many
back
other
up.
billionaires and corporations, was a massive opportunity for big tech. The pandemic saw tech companies' values rise by hundreds of billions. They made so much money, they barely even knew what to do with it.
Oh,
and it was
yeah.
the belief at the top of
And
these
this was also
See, oh yeah, this was a huge failure. Everyone was investing based on the idea of growth, even though we all knew that wasn't going to stay. So the tech companies were spending like they were going to continue growing, and then they had to cut back. Yeah, because they were thinking, like, they were all doing so great during the pandemic because people were, like, you know, stuck indoors, so they were online a lot more. But, you know, now people are getting back to their normal routines, so they're not going to be watching Netflix all day long. Yeah, these companies are very short-sighted, you know, they don't really think about the long term. They're always just like, now, now, now. I just made someone rage quit by revealing that the Fourth War officially ended, or it's implied, and that battlegrounds haven't been canon for years, and I'm laughing. How did they not know this? Like, if anyone who plays the game knows this. That's great. Especially because the battlegrounds, each one of them is related to a certain time in WoW history, you know? Or they're tied to certain expansions, so it's like, obviously, what's like Alderac Valley or Warsong Gulch, like, that stuff's not happening anymore. Island expeditions, people looking for Azerite, that's not happening anymore. That's funny. I mean, how did they not notice the Horde and Alliance working together in the Dragon Isles? So I was on Thandrius. Thandrius, my green dragon. Yeah, like this whole expansion, I mean, even the opening is like a dwarf and a troll flying on dragons together, being total buds. And there's gonna be a patch where they make Alliance and Horde guilds, and you can party and do, like, you know, instances with Alliance and Horde. Like, have they been living under a rock? It's too good. Let's see. He's this fallen paladin from Strathhome, and he's like, the plague lands are still corrupt. Why aren't you helping? Oh my gosh. Is this person like a vanilla WoW RPer? Like, you missed a couple of expansions worth of lore. Battlegrounds haven't been canon since Draenor. After Thandrius said, I just woke up a few years ago and I've been catching up, and admitted he was a dragon, a green dragon. But hold on, it gets better. I guess BFA, but bleh. I hate that BFA battleground with the freaking nodes that you're supposed to get. That thing is lame. He said he was still focused on the war with the Horde and the Alliance. And Thandrius was like, the war is over. Hey, you know, I mean, have you guys heard, I don't know what his name is, but there was a Japanese soldier from World War II that didn't know the war was over, or he didn't believe the war was over. And, like, he was hiding out, like, living in the woods and stuff for I don't know how many years. Hiro Onada. Thank you. See, but Bone, you're my World War II expert. So, yeah, it's like he needed his commanding officer to come out of retirement to actually tell him, like, hey, you need to surrender. Stop raiding these nearby villages and get back to your life because the war is over, dude. I feel like this paladin is like that. He needs, like, the wake up call. The Alliance and the Horde are finally at peace. The war is over. Oh dear, if I'm your World War II expert, please keep looking. There's a lot I don't know. Well, my dad is a I would say my dad's a World War II expert. He's read mountains of books. My dad loves to read books, let me tell you. He could tell you everything about World War One and World War II. Like, he's been fascinated with those topics. He even has a book that cost him almost $100 that was on the chemical warfare from World War One. Like, it literally tells you everything from phosgene to mustard gas and, like, everything in between. And what the gases do to you and what the tests do. Like, my dad goes so far down the information rabbit hole. Like, he can tell you why they didn't use mustard gas because it would have been just as bad as, like, nuclear fallout with contamination, you know. Yeah. My dad is a wealth of knowledge. All the fun ways of making spicy air. Yeah, so something interestingly enough about mustard gas is, like, it if it absorbs into a surface, like, say concrete or something, it can stay locked in that surface and then get released. So, like, if you touch it, yeah, you could get burned. Like, there was this guy, I think it was a logger or something, and they were cutting down trees and he sat on the stump, burned his butt because there was mustard gas in the rings of the tree. So, yeah, it's bad stuff. I think water neutralizes it though, so a lot of the mustard gas from, like, World War One and stuff, they dumped it in the ocean in these giant barrels. So, yeah, there's that. They decided not to use it. Oh, and I think it, like, that stuff will be around for hundreds of years too. Like, if it absorbs into your, like, a concrete of a city, then that city is ruined. Like, you're never going to inhabit it again. So, yeah, bad stuff. Anyway, I know I got off topic. I was talking about, like, the whole World War II and Hiro Onada and the surrendering, and in relation to this guy who's stuck in the past with World of Warcraft lore. So there we go, trying to sound intelligent here. I gave him the ook breakdown and he just logged off. He's like, there's these pocket skirmishes and I'm stationed high over Nether Storm. Oh my god. That's really cute, Savannah. Like, you know, I feel like if people want to roleplay old World of Warcraft content, like, that's cool. Like, you could do that, but you could do that with, like, a guild or, like, friends. You know, if you want to do, like, a time capsule thing. But if you're just gonna, like, go into Stormwind or Orgrimmar and just start role-playing like it's, you know, Cataclysm, like, oh god, Deathwing is going to destroy us all. Like, dude, we killed him. Like, that's not gonna work. Like, dude, you gotta keep up with the expansions. You gotta stay on top of this stuff, you know? But that's fun. Goblin invention, Cool Ranch flavored scuba air. I like Cool Ranch Doritos. Alright, let's go back to our video here. This is basically, if you guys are wondering, I'm watching Why Big Tech is Collapsing. Asmongold reacts, so that was the topic here. We are 18 minutes in and it's 42 minutes long, so let's continue.
So with gaming companies too, somebody asked, do you think this is going to happen with you know, we're starting to see this happen with esports. Like, how many of you guys have seen, you know, these different esports companies where it's like 100 Thieves, I think TSM, I don't know about TSM, I don't quote me on that, but like multiple esports organizations have laid off a lot of people because esports has been put out as this like massive, huge emerging market, and they haven't really made any money with it. Like, the amount of money that they spend on it is more than the amount of money that they make from players. It's just that simple. And now more people are starting to realize that, so the value of esports is going down by a lot.
Companies that this is just
Yeah, it's
how
a money
things
sink.
were. Tech dominance into the future seemed all but guaranteed. Zuckerberg and others would be risky and short-sighted in their investments, assuming that revenue levels would stay strong after the pandemic.
Oh, yeah.
And that's why Meta's workforce grew by 28% in just a year, and Amazon massively expanded their own operations, seeing their profits soar by over 220%.
Yeah, it's like, I would look at, if I was going to look at like how much have these companies grown or shrunk, I would look at like 2018 versus now, and like whenever they level off, because that's going to give you a better, and then adjust for inflation, obviously, because that's going to give you a much better indication of what this company's really doing. Because you had a massive global quarantine, a massive pandemic that affected the entire world. It's like nothing like this happened. Well, the last time it happened was like 100 years ago, and the whole world was way different 100 years ago. So like, it's never really happened in the way that COVID happened. So you can't look at that growth and say this is sustainable. It even happened with streamers and you know, YouTube content creators and stuff like that. It's like, think about how many people during COVID blew up and got super fucking popular, and now nobody really cares as much about them, right? They're still popular, but not proportionally as much as they were.
Apple spent an extra $90 billion just buying back their own stock during the pandemic, betting an amount worth more than the GDP of Sri Lanka on their continued success. You see, tech companies made massive investments into themselves, betting that the good times would never end. And it was this overconfidence that meant that when their profits finally did start to slow down, they wouldn't be able to cope with it. But overconfidence wasn't the only problem that worsened during the pandemic. You see, the culture war was getting more and more intense as people spent more time online. Unwinnable arguments raged as people's lives got measurably worse. And whilst the pandemic was lucrative for tech companies, they were some of the only winners, with lockdowns completely destroying the economy, putting millions out of jobs and businesses out of business. And
the pandemic was great for streaming. If you were a streamer, a world pandemic where a bunch of people are dying and they can't leave the house is a good thing for you. It's the same thing as these companies here. It's like Netflix. This is massively financially beneficial.
Yeah, that's funny, because that's when I started streaming. Like, I started this whole thing in 2020 during the pandemic. I didn't really think about that, though. Like, you know, like, because everybody's on lockdown, this is the best time to start streaming. I honestly, that wasn't a thought in my head whatsoever. My thought is like, yay, I finally left Panera and now I can start my own freelance art business, and let's try streaming because I don't know how else to grow an audience. So that was pretty much what I was thinking. Maybe the pandemic helped me. I don't really know. Maybe. I mean, it's 2023 now, and I finally hit 500 followers, so yay!
Effects of the pandemic on people and their mental health. However, what was measurable was the heating up of the culture war. And eventually the results of this would be social media fatigue. People were just sick of the culture war. And China was now also closing in on Silicon Valley, as over the pandemic, TikTok...
I think also it's not that people were sick of the culture war. People were sick of only being able to have one perspective. And then if you had another perspective, you could get banned. Like, that's it. You would just get banned off of the platform for misinformation or anything like that. That's why people had problems with it. And it's like, I said it whenever it was happening, right? It's like, this is obviously not going to last, because eventually there's going to be enough people that are just like, fuck this, we're not going to deal with it. And then they just make a law and it doesn't exist anymore.
Ooh, World's
That's
Fair
just what
Carnival
happens.
Day 2
And
is starting
it's already
soon.
starting to happen now. You're seeing, obviously, Twitter
I know
got
I'm
bought by
dancing
Elon
here now,
Musk.
and there's like
None of the
nobody
problems
here,
that
but
people
I'm
have
sure
with Twitter
people are
exist
gonna
anymore,
start coming on
and
down.
the platform has changed.
Grew by hundreds of millions of users, surpassing 1.1 billion in 2021. However, all of these combining factors hadn't affected big tech yet, but it would only be a matter of time. Meanwhile, the tech billionaires were enjoying their moments in the sun. Jeff Bezos spent millions on a personal space trip, whilst Elon Musk
Better. Oh, you're saying like Twitter
Oh
is
god,
worse
I
now?
remember that
I think
space
Twitter
trip.
is pretty much about the same, if you want me to be totally honest.
Like him and
The only
Elon Musk,
difference
they
on
go to
Twitter
outer
is that now
space in
people
this
are openly
giant
saying COVID
cock
was
rocket.
fake. My experience on
I mean,
Twitter
that's what it
actually
looked
hasn't
like.
changed. Like, I think that a lot of people
I'm
that are
not
saying, like, oh,
imagining
Twitter's way better,
things.
Twitter's way worse. The only people
That
that Twitter is
rocket was
better
very
for are people that
suspicious
are, like,
looking.
conspiracy theorists because they're not getting banned. Everybody else,
They're like,
everything
we're
else, it
billionaires.
seems like it's all the same.
Look at our major
Musk
flag.
became
What I'm
Times
saying, like, it was better for people that wanted to express other viewpoints.
Person of the Year for 2021, but all of this would turn out to be some of the last good news these tech billionaires had, as once the world finally opened up again, it signaled the end of Silicon Valley's boom, even if no one believed it. For example, at Meta, revenue growth had risen to over 50% in the summer of 2021, but it dropped sharply over the next 9 months, falling to just 5% by the first quarter of 2022. Amazon also saw a sharp decline, from over
Meta,
40% to around
Amazon,
7%
Twitter, they're
in
all
the same
crashing
time
and
span.
burning.
Even usually stable companies like Microsoft or Apple suffered
I
the same
don't feel
fate,
sorry
seeing their
for them,
growth
really.
levels fall off. So what happened here? Well, all of the growing problems that Silicon Valley thought they could ignore were finally making their mark.
Here
And
we
whilst
go.
they had been shielded from the pandemic recession by artificial demand, that was all over now, and the economy was only getting worse. So people began to spend much less on products. People didn't care about ads. Essentials became more expensive, so people had less disposable income. Services
It's crazy how expensive shit is at the store. Like, I am astonished. Like, I'll go to, like, Wendy's or something like that, and a hamburger will be $5. How the fuck do people afford this?
Yeah,
Yeah,
things
eggs are so
really
expensive. I don't really eat eggs, so I'm not sure. But, like, this is just nuts.
Oh yeah, eggs are like $7 to $8 for a dozen, where they used to be like $2 to $3. Like, I've been the grocery store. Oh my god, it is super expensive right now. You want to know what's funny? My grocery bill every month is more than every other bill I have. Like, that's messed up. I need to eat less. I'm just gonna live on ramen noodles. Hey, it's Vulpera. Hi, Jam. Most folks are gonna be at the booths other than the main events. Aha. So, like, should I go dancing wherever the booths are? Well, nobody's here yet. Basically, what I was gonna do is, wherever I see the most people congregating, that's where I'm gonna dance. You know, so I get more eyeballs. But, like, right now, there's, like, maybe 1 or 2 people here. There's 2. I see 2 people. But I will be, like, flying around to see where the best places are to go. I did run into Charlotte a little bit ago, too. She was right here. I'll just dance on this thing next to this dude. Whoa! I'm rainbowy now. Let's see. I was there, but I didn't have an anchor. Aw. You know where the docks are? That's where the vendors are. Is that the other side, I think? Let's see. It's an hour and a half away. Okay. Before they start. Yeah, I wanted to get here early, you know. Do I know that Vulpera? Yeah, I've done a couple of commissions. This is a Arazi. Although this is a Arazi kind of in a dangerous situation. Life or death. So if everybody's wondering, like, why is this poor Vulpera, like, upside down, tied to a wooden pole, covered in bloody wounds? I mean, I'm sure, you know, Bootfist could tell you the story. Anywho, we're doing a reaction of a video while I draw. That's what happens when you get caught in Voldoon. Hey. Hey. Look, it's Sigurd. Is Lomnus here too somewhere? Oh, there you are. You're the Raven. Okay. I thought that was like somebody's hunter pet for a second, or just like a pet. It's so cute. I have that form on one of my druids. I have a couple. Yay! Burb! I like Burb. Too bad this, like, Fury of the Aspects has such a long cooldown. I mean, I get it, it's like a major buff, but it's such a pretty effect. I really love it. Like, I would just use that as like a dancing effect and just have it going all day. Just glowing with rainbowy goodness. He's more like that size old RAF pet. Ah, I see, I see. I'm still so upset that I'm missing one recruit a friend mount. Just one. The flaming horse thingy from Legion, because that was the one time I took a break from WoW since Wrath. And I have never been able to get that one, and I'm very sad about it. I need the goblin stuff. Yeah, I have all the recruiter friend stuff except for that one flaming horse mount. I don't have the pets though. There was a short time where they did like a recruiter friend store kind of thing, and you could choose from like all the different recruiter friend mounts and pets and stuff that they had. And there was like a gold pig and a silver pig, and they looked really dumb. They weren't, you know, textured super great, and I really wanted the mounts. Like, I didn't care about pets for recruiter friends, so I just got all the mounts. So like I have, you know, the zebra, I got the that hippogriff one, the plane, the camel, the two-person kitty cat one that Llama's on right now. I can't think of the names of these things. Oh yeah, and the two-person rocket. Oh my god, I love that one. People get really jealous about that mount. Like, that's a popular mount. Ooh, I like that Worgen's backpack. Right back there. That's a nice backpack. Oh yeah, speaking of backpacks, I'm kind of bummed with the trading posts. I mean, I'm glad that it's account wide, but I'm also bummed that it's account wide. Because, you know, being the altaholic that I am, I really wish that I could get all the things every month. Like, I hate that I'm limited, you know, that you could only just pick out the things you want the most. Like, well, what if I want all of it? I want all the transmogs and the pets and the mounts and everything. But no, you have to be choosy, and you can't just like hop on and all and grind out the other stuff that you couldn't get on your main. That's the only thing about the trading post that just makes me kind of sad. So, like this month, I blew all my currency on all the little stuff, and I did the same thing last month, pretty much. Like, I'd rather go for quantity and just get as many of the things as I can versus the really high price things where you only get like one or two things and it's all your points. So that's what I've been doing. So I get like all the cloaks and, you know, whatever little weapons I could afford and stuff. Enjoy your dinner, Babone! But yeah, what do you guys think about the trading post so far? Do you wish that you could get all the things too, or are you like, oh, I'm cool with it because, you know, most of the stuff I wouldn't really want anyway? For me, I'm just a big collector, so I want all the things. Some of it is funny but not worth it. Yeah. I did get the bucket. Like, I'm probably never gonna use it, but you know, it was so cheap and I only had a little bit of points left, so I was like, eh, why not? I'll go buy this bucket. If I ever need it for RP, I have it. I froze one of the Blade Master swords. I think tender carries over. Yeah, the tender carries over, but you can only freeze one item and the rest of the items disappear. But I do believe that the items can repeat eventually. I don't know if they repeat in any kind of order or if it's like, you know, they come back in the specific months in which they first showed up. Like next March we'll be seeing the same stuff. I don't know if that's how they're gonna do it. But yeah. So that in and of itself is nice because eventually I can get the things that I wasn't able to get. Him hands big enough. It's zoomed in. He got big giant hands. And also there's gonna be like the blood and everything, but I'm gonna draw the blood stuff on a different layer for the line art. But it will be there, trust me. He's got man hands. Yeah, the thing that I reserved for next month is that Sigurd's outfit. Look, there's a sneaky Vulpera that just ran by me. I don't know who that was. But yeah, the outfit that Sigurd is wearing, well, part of it, that dragon mail thing. Yeah, I want that one, but man, that was expensive. So I set that one aside for next month. Yeah, because that one looks nice. So I'm gonna try my best to get it, but you know, I'm really bad. Like, if I see a whole bunch of little cheap things next month that are like, oh my god, I have to have it, then I typically go for like all the cheap things. But I'm gonna try and be disciplined and actually buy that outfit. But you know, then they're gonna have something else that's super nice that's gonna be really expensive. Like, I don't like that Blizzard is making me have to choose, okay? I want all the things. All the things, Blizzard. That's all I'm asking. Just, I want it all. I don't... Like, I will grind all month long. I'll do however many dungeons and quests and things you want me to do if you just let me have all the things. All the things. Let's see. Here's my mindset. Honestly, I only bought the Dragon Rider's mail and the Black Hood. I like the Black Hood. That's awesome for roguey outfits. Get the expensive thing and the super cheap, then save the leftover and freeze something mid-price. I mean, beggars can't be choosers, and you don't get to choose what they give you. Yeah. Well, for me, it's like, I really like quantity. Like, the more stuff I can get, the better, because then I have way more options for, role play. Or just, I like dressing up my characters, so I love having all this stuff. Although, I will admit, a lot of it is stuff I probably wouldn't even use. Like, what the heck am I really gonna do with the bucket, Maybe if I make, like, a silly gnome character, and for some reason they're just lugging around a bucket, like, I don't know. Like, am I ever gonna use this? The issue is, again, your personal choice as one player isn't the objective idea. Mm-hmm. I will be there. Come and find me. Woo! Asking for them to cater your one is being the problem people have with this game. We're all entitled and no one is satisfied. Oh, I know. People complain about everything with WoW. I just, like, I miss the whole you can grind it on your alts thing, because, like, I would do that. I would spend the time to log on to all my different characters and, rack up all the points I need to buy all the things. And, like, I know not everybody would do that, but I would do that. And, everybody can play the game however they want to play the game, but that's how I would, because I love collecting stuff like that. That's, like, I don't do raiding, really, or mythics, or any of that kind of content. I only do that stuff at the very end game, and it's usually to get whatever that mount is that, once it's gone, it's gone. And that's the only time I'll ever gear myself up and do end game stuff. Like for Slime Cat, or for that pretty moose that I got. Like, I will work hard for that stuff. But for all the other stuff, like, I'm really all about collecting pets and mounts and transmogs. Like, that's the main kind of thing that I do in WoW. So, like, the trading post is right up my alley. Like, that's my kind of game content. Because it's something that I'm actually motivated to do. Whereas there's a lot of content in WoW that I'm just like, I don't really feel like putting in the energy or the time or effort into it. But for trading posts, I knock that out in one day. Like, as soon as the new stuff comes out, I do everything. I will literally sit here all day. I will do 30 quests. I will do 15 pet battles. I will do 25 raid bosses. All the stuff that is doable for me, I will go and do it, and I will get all those points. And then I will buy, and get all the things that I want. And then be sad about the things that I couldn't get, because I hit my point limit. That's more saying we're all part of it than calling you out. I'd be a hypocrite, certainly. They have their own reasons for designing it and how they intended it, so I get how you feel, but also you have to compromise. Yeah. But in a way, like, I can see why they did it the way they did it, because it's like, people will quickly lose interest in it if they could just get everything all the time. And eventually they're going to run out of stuff, and they're going to have all the things. And they're not going to have any reason to do the stuff anymore because you already have all the things. So it's like, I get it. It's a mechanism to keep you coming back and keep you doing content and keep you subscribed to the game. Because it's going to take you a couple of years to get all the things. You're not just going to get it all in 1 year. And I totally get that, the psychology behind it. Let's see. Make sure there's incentive to look every month. They might keep adding new stuff too. You're going to at some point get all the things. Yeah. But yeah, I hope they keep adding new stuff because it is exciting to see all the new like gear and stuff that they've been adding. Like somebody today, Squatch Viking posted a new scythe. I don't know if that's going to be a trading post thing or if that's just going to be like actual gear for doing, you know, raids or something. But I definitely enjoy it. It's really nice to see them add all this new stuff. It's like a breath of fresh air, you know? Like, yes, Blizzard, keep giving us new things, cosmetic things. Because that's really all we want. We want to make our characters look pretty. I mean, unless you're like a hardcore raider or something and you're interested more in like, you know, actual raid and mythic and content and all that stuff. But that stuff's usually too hard for me because I'm just a filthy casual. So I like my just collector stuff kind of stuff. Collect it all content. But WoW has always been a game where you're never going to get everything. Like, you're not going to get all the things you want. You're never going to get all the rare mounts because they're not all going to drop for you. And that's just how it is. And then there's stuff that comes to the game and disappears. Like, I'll never get the Deathwing mount because I wasn't around when that mount came out. And I'm sad about it. I'm not going to get the Recruit a Friend Flaming Horse mount from Legion because I wasn't around for it and it's gone. And unfortunately, that's just how WoW has always been. There's going to be missables. And that is how it is. Let's see. Scrolling up, scrolling up. Even if stuff repeats, there's bound to be new stuff. So the bucket was useless to me, so I skipped it. The cloak is just a paladin cloak, so I skipped it. The shirt, the scarf, and cloak I grabbed. The Dragon Rider set I grabbed, and I froze the Blade Master's sword. And I have 100 tender shrug. I don't collect stuff I know I won't use. That's why I'm suddenly going... Oh shit, I need to run X to finish a Mog instead of just doing stuff and getting Mogs. I'm more of a like... I mean, yeah, I will collect specific things, but I also just like collecting anything and everything. I'm like a WoW hoarder. You should see my alt, my guild bank alt, and how much stuff she has. I mean, I have materials from every single expansion. I haven't used them at all in all these years, but I just like knowing that I have it in case I ever decide I want to like old school level of profession that I'm probably never ever going to do, but it's just, you know, I just have that hoarder mentality in World of Warcraft. I like to hang on to things. Lots of things. And when it comes to transmogs, I always feel like the more stuff I have, the more possible outfits I could throw together. So even something as stupid as a bucket, I'm like, well, what if someday I want to make like a cute little gnome character and make a story for them and actually use the bucket as like an RP prop? Like, this is what my mind does. It's like, maybe I can do this or that, you know? Or just use it for a silly scene, you know? Like somebody's house is on fire and I gotta help put it out. Oh, look, I have this bucket. Even though this is probably never gonna happen. But at least I know I have it. I mean, I don't collect anything. I only collect if and when I want things. I pretty much only have stuff I'll use. I'm the opposite of you. I don't care about options because I don't dress up characters. I do things in the moment. Oh man, I'm always dressing up characters. Like, the more stuff I have to work with, the better. Because I have, 28 characters, and each character has a lot of transmogs. Like, I have Amma, I actually filled up her list of saved outfits to the point where I had to start deleting some because I wanted to make more, but I didn't have space, so I had to just delete some that, I know I wasn't going to wear. And whenever they have the trial of style, I'm like ready to go. I have so many transmogs just ready to pull them out and just show everybody, look at what I put together, I love stuff like that. It makes me happy. So yeah, the more props and items and transmogs I have, the more options I have to create interesting looks. And that's what I do. Also, I love this rope brush. Like, can we just say right now how amazing this rope brush is? Like, it's so darn handy. Merge these layers. We're gonna be doing a lot of rope brush picture stuff. Rope brushing in this picture. Lots of it. Oh yeah, let's see here. So where do we leave off on our video here? We are 24 minutes in, so I'm going to continue our Asmongold video. Why is big tech collapsing?
How much is, like, if you live in the US, how much is like a dozen eggs? Or 2 dozen, like a thing of eggs?
Right now it's $7 here.
$200? Yeah, I don't think so.
For a dozen eggs.
How much is your $2 steak? It's still about $2. Maybe it might be 2.5 or 3. God damn, $8? I'm actually going to check next time I go to the store. I'm curious about that. Holy shit.
Yeah,
Or boost as well, as people made up for the lost time. And on top of this, the culture war had burned tons of people out as well, leading to less usage of social media. A Canadian survey found that less people were using Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter in 2022 than in 2020. And the only tech company that was spared from the decline was TikTok. Their growth was unimpeded, maybe because they're artificially propped up by the Chinese government. But it was clear for everyone in Silicon Valley that they were losing their audience's attention. And with this dramatic reduction
it's because TikTok does a better job of showing people content that they want to see. That's why. And it's a better content delivery mechanism.
I think the only
Facebook
thing I would like on TikTok
Straight
is
up,
endless
that's
streams
why.
of cat videos.
It's winning because it's better.
Show me all the
attention
cats.
came dramatic cuts in their profits. And this is when the crack started to show. Tech companies had become so focused on growth that when it dried up, it hit them much harder than other industries. Over the course of 2022, tech companies lost more and more money, leading to their CEOs to make some erratic decisions. Musk took over as CEO of Twitter after years of negotiations and legal battles.
Yeah, and this is also important to keep in mind. Like, obviously everybody talks about like Twitter having to fire a bunch of people, but Meta did the same thing. A lot of these social media companies are doing the same thing, and like tech companies. It's happening all over the place, like Netflix too. for example.
He started off by firing large parts of the workforce, leading to massive technical glitches and problems with the app. Things were going so badly that he was forced to resign from the company. Google had put much of their focus.
Oh God, the Twitter
Wait, he was forced to resign. That's not really true. I mean, he said he put out a poll, and he didn't. He said he was looking for somebody to take over Twitter, but he hadn't found anybody, and he was only going to step down as CEO. And just so you guys know, like, CEO is not the person who really, they're the person who makes the company day to day, like, run, but they don't really have all the control. The control is either the board of directors or the ownership board. Those are the actual people in control. If they don't like the CEO, they just kick him out. That's it. They're gone.
On their new Stadia Cloud console. But as with every other big tech company, 2022 also saw its demise, being forced to refund everyone who bought it without Google actually getting the products back. Additionally, Uber saw a sharp decline in their business, the ruthless competition, massive leaks, and higher prices. Meta stock value dropped by around 60%, with Tesla's dropping by 70%. So once 2022 was nearing its end, tech companies realized it wasn't going to get any better anytime soon. They needed to cut costs, which is why you started to see articles of these big tech companies firing tens of thousands of workers. Like with Microsoft firing over 1,000 employees, then Stripe, a growing startup, letting go of 14% of their workforce. Elon was forced to lay off nearly 4,000 people from Twitter, with Meta following shortly after, laying off a further 11,000 people. Amazon cut their numbers by 10,000, and all of this had happened in just over a month. Eventually, Amazon would double their numbers in December, as clearly they hadn't shrunk enough. And these weren't minimum wage employees either. They were both high-skilled and incredibly...
What's also you have to keep in mind with Amazon is that Amazon workers are competing with robots. Like, there will be a time where whenever you buy something from an Amazon warehouse, there will be one person probably that just makes sure that the box goes to one place or something like that. Maybe. But other than that, it's going to be completely automated.
Let's see. So the video is Asman is watching is being disingenuous. That's flavorful. I work at Microsoft and know exactly who we laid off. Nobody wants to admit this because they want to be angry, but a lot of them were just superfluous. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, you know, when the growth of these companies stops, like, they are going to get rid of people that they don't need anymore. That's just how business is, you know? Like, you don't really have total job security in any job, really. Like, every company can downsize at any time for any reason, you know, that's just how it is. So, I mean, heck, even Panera, when I used to work there, they'd fire people because, you know, we go through our slow seasons where they don't need as many people. So, you know, they let people go. And that's how it goes. Let's see. Hiring more people made their companies look bigger, made them valued bigger, made them get more investment, yada yada. Downsizing afterward made them a profit still. Yeah, and sometimes you have to downsize because, you know, if you're not making a lot of profit, then you can't really afford to have so many people on your payroll, you know? And again, that's kind of just how business is, you know? I would say I'm not a business person, but I am in self-employed business, so I do understand a little bit about it. Like, I know that I can't afford to have employees, so therefore I am the sole proprietor and only employee of this little shindig I got going here. And if I did have to hire employees and I wasn't doing well, I know that I'd have to let them go eventually. Because if I can't afford to keep paying them, then that's just how it is, you know? But yeah, I'm a one woman show.
So it's like, you remember back in the day, whenever you go to the store, your mom would take you to the grocery store and there'd be like, I don't know, 15 cashiers or 15 aisles open. And now you show up at the same time and there's 3 aisles open and there's like 15 different self-checkout stations. Well, guess what? The same thing's happening at every single other company. You know, jobs are being consolidated. They're being replaced by automation. They're being, you know, stacked on top of each other. There are certain amounts of people that they didn't really need based off of different types of accounting practices.
The automation thing
and like,
is
okay,
huge.
well, you don't really need 15 people. You only need 12. And so, like, what does that really mean? It means 3 people out of every store get fired. That's a lot of fucking people. So that's why Amazon is going to lose even more people, is because Amazon has physical labor. Are we good? Refresh? Okay, I just want to make sure that we're good. Yeah, and somebody says in chat, yes, I work for a manufacturing company for fulfillment.
That's why I'm worried about the whole AI art
automation.
thing. When it comes to automation, like, artists are afraid of AI art. Because, like, you know, I've seen what people can produce with the AI right now. And while, yeah, maybe it does some wonky stuff and maybe, you know, it might look a little cookie cutter at the moment and you can tell what's AI and what isn't. Like, there's gonna be people who are going to choose the AI to generate the art over the actual artists just because it's, like, cheap or free. So, you know, artists are... Well, I guess if I think about it, the artists were never going to have those people's business anyway because they probably couldn't afford to hire an artist to begin with. But, you know, it is happening with a lot of companies, like especially game development companies and stuff, where they're letting some people go because the AI is cheaper to generate graphics for their games. So it's definitely going to have an impact. So, yeah. Automation and AI is absolutely going to impact the job market for people in a lot of industries. I mean, they're already using Mr. Flippies and, you know, some McDonald's. So you don't need somebody actually flipping and tending to the burgers. The machine is making the burgers. So... somebody went out of a job.
Confirm. Exactly. So yeah, this is just what's going to happen, is that Amazon employees, like, you've got to keep in mind, like, it's not a hard job to go to aisle 75, pick out a pair of shoes, and then put the shoes in a box, right? Like, this isn't something that takes a lot of brain power or thinking or decision making. You could program a robot to do that. And guess what? That's what they're doing.
Expensive employees, and in total over 1,000 tech companies fired over 150,000 workers. The Silicon Valley had made their bed with their risky investments and growth-focused ethos. The same companies that had fought over these workers in the talent wars, which was just a year or two ago, were now letting them go and incurring massive costs in the process. And it wasn't just going to cost them at the time either. These firing sprees represent a massive amount of people with incredibly valuable skills. A job board called Tech Jobs for Good has seen massive increases in skilled job seekers off of the back of these layoffs. People who have seen the fast life of big tech companies.
I would also say that Tech Jobs for Good being a board is probably not a very good benchmark because I've never heard anybody use it before. I think that if you want to look at LinkedIn or something that's a much more mainstream job, you know, job marketplace would be a better use, because that could also just be endemic growth that company could have.
And now instead looking to make a difference despite a small hit to their paychecks. And this is one of the ways in which the collapse of big tech will inadvertently benefit the world. But perhaps this is symptomatic of a much larger trend in our economy. As going into 2023, with the UN predicting we're going to be in a massive recession, it seems like Silicon Valley can only expect more and more suffering. The future looks grim. Ad buys are low, which has hurt all of the social media companies like Meta, and supply chain issues are now threatening hardware companies like Apple and Microsoft. Governments are also now souring on big tech, seeing their influence as destabilizing. Microsoft's $69 billion acquisition deal for Activision and Blizzard is being debated by monopoly watchdogs around the world. The FTC has already tried to block it. Meanwhile, the whole tech industry is waiting for another court verdict on recommendation algorithms. Google...
Oh, I think that's... Oh, yeah, this is going to happen very soon, too. This is the video that we had already watched. I think it was the Captain Sparkles video that we took a look at. Could very well just be a bubble. Market will recover. I think that what's going to happen is that social media will cease to be global, which is a very sad thing. I find it to be probably one of the most culturally empowering and culturally progressive things that we have global social media. That you can actually talk to somebody that lives in Saudi Arabia. Now, they're probably using a VPN to get on there. However, you can talk to them and you can actually hear from these other people in a completely different world, a real person that doesn't have a vested interest. They don't have a, a global agenda. It's like, how was your day? I think that goes so far in making people less xenophobic, less racist, and in general, be able to understand each other better. I think it's huge.
Is being sued for recommending videos made by terrorists, which then incited an attack in France. And if they're found liable, this will upend years of legal doctrine stating that digital platforms aren't responsible for what people post.
I think it's the coolest effing thing to hear Japanese people completely shit on terrible American takes on their IPs. Oh yeah, I know. Like there's been something called pro shipping, which like the Japanese thought just means like if you're pro shipper, that means you're for shipping certain characters in like anime and stuff. But apparently the pro shipping was like lingo for problematic ship. So there's Westerners who think that certain ships are problematic, and they're anti certain ships for whatever reason. And so like obviously they try and attack, these Japanese people for wanting to ship or make art of certain character couples. But now the Japanese have wised up to it because some of the Western people have been informing them, oh no, this is what pro ship actually means. So if you see somebody that has no pro ship or something like that in their bio, just like block them. And like one of the things I remember was, that anime Uzaki-chan that has like that 20-year-old girl with the short white hair and the huge boobs? Like, there was like an ad for Uzaki-chan where she was in like a nurse's outfit or something that was used for like the Red Cross or whatever, blood donation. And in Japan, the Japanese had a problem with it because they felt like it was just a little too sexy. You want to know what the Western world's take on that Uzaki-chan thing is? That she looks like she's underaged, or like they made it into like a pedophile thing. Like, she's 20 years old, okay? You can be 20 years old and you can be really short and have big boobies, like. But it's funny because it's like the Japanese just thought it was a little too risque and the Westerners literally jump into pedophilia. It's like, what is the matter with you people? She's an anime character. She's a college student. She's 20 years old. Who cares if she looks like a lolly? She is full grown, fully adult. Like, stop coming up with these ridiculous conclusions. Let's see. Uzaki wants to hang out. Yep, that's the anime. Oppai lolly. I knew a girl like Uzaki-chan. She was seriously 4'10" with double D's and an adult. It's because the Westerners are projecting. They're all Californians ashamed of their dark urges. That's actually the thing that I've come to notice about what people are calling them Twitter freaks now. That whenever they bring up something, like they bring up racism or cultural appropriation or transphobia, they're really just projecting their own racism or transphobia or whatever it is, their own isms. Because it's like, you know, how would you even extrapolate this from something unless you yourself are thinking it? Like how people think that, you know, the goblins in Hogwarts Legacy are anti Semitic because they're really supposed to be Jews, but it's like, dude, have you seen goblins portrayed in other fantasy media? Like, look at World of Warcraft. Like, I never once associated Gallywix with being a Jew, and if I did, then that means that I got some serious problems. That means that I'm probably anti Semitic. Like, I look at Gallywix and I'm like, he's a goblin and he's really greedy. And yeah, that's all I see. Like, I don't take it past that, you know? It's fantasy, okay? Goblins are fantasy fictional creatures. But people on the internet, these terminally online Twitter freak people, just want to find any and everything that they can attack and find victimhood in everything. They want to see racism and division and hatred in everything. Like nobody can like any media that's not somehow problematic. And this is where now people are finally starting to kind of fight back against these like psycho activists that are just going online doxing and attacking people relentlessly. Like people are starting to get fed up with it, with these crazy weirdos. And let me tell you, if they ever come into my stream or my server, they're gonna get banned so fast. Like I don't tolerate people behaving that way, harassing people and, you know, accusing everybody of being, you know, racist and this and that and the other. Like, get out of here. Let's see, where are we here? Read in the chat real quick. It used to be that when you were losing an argument that you'd call someone a gamer word back in like the 90s or 2000s. Now when you're losing an argument or feel threatened, you accuse them of a war crime, I guess. Oh yeah, like people get called Nazis. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. Oh, I tell ya. I don't know, man. Like the weird thing about people on the internet today is that they do not allow you to have a different opinion from them. Like they really want people to just live in a world where there's a hive mind and everybody thinks the same and has the same opinion about everything. And if you don't, then you're not part of the club. You don't know the secret handshake. And that makes you the painted target and the enemy. So they go on this like harassment spree. And I'm always like on the lookout for these kind of people because, you know, the thing about streaming is like, you know, I'm putting myself out there. Like I'm making myself a little bit vulnerable just by, you know, being on a stream live every day, talking to you guys, like letting you guys get to know me, telling you about my day, about my life, letting you hear my voice. You guys know what I look like. You pretty much know where I live. So I'm always running the risk that if I get some like psycho Twitter freak, you know, infesting my community and they want to like try to dox me and send me death threats and stuff, it wouldn't be that hard to do. Like I've never hid or tried to be anonymous about like where, like what part of the world I live in or anything of that nature. But, you know, the one thing I do know though is if you do get targeted by these people, never apologize because nothing you say is ever going to appease them because they want to hate you. They want to hate you, they want to attack you and harass you because that's what gives them joy in life. They just love being bullies. So you can't ever cow down to these people, you know? And I have had some of this happen early on in my server. Like I had the social justice warrior crew that were like trying to sling, like saying that my server was like alt-right or something, and that everybody in my server's transphobic or whatever. You know, because we were having this little talk about whether or not people think that Chromie is trans before that book got published. Like, the book wasn't out yet. There was only like a little excerpt. It's the Fairy Tales and Myths of Azeroth book where they confirm that Chromie is considered transgender. But, like, you know, there were just a couple people in my server that are like, well, Chromie's a magical dragon. Dragons can turn into whatever they want. That's not really the same as being trans. And oh my god, people just flip their shit. Like, you're transphobic. How dare you not agree that Chromie is trans? You want the genocide of all trans people. And I didn't even like jump in on this because I'm like, I'm not gonna touch this with a 10-foot pole. I'm just gonna tell these people to knock it off. Like, okay, guys, clearly this isn't, you know, a constructive discussion here. You guys are just being hostile. So I kept trying to tell everybody to drop the conversation, and people would not drop it. And it just kept getting heated over and over, and it was like, it became like a war in my server, and literally like 2 people got banned and 6 people left. And then one of them went on to, you know, Orgrimmar with their TRP saying, don't get art commissions from Amalthera because she's a transphobe and she runs a transphobic server. Like, it literally got that far. And that's why to this day, like, even though this happened like 2 years ago now, I still talk about it, because this was my very first introduction into this sort of thing happening. Like, people in my server just getting really heated and sensitive over stuff. And then, like, literally starting a them versus us war. It's like, holy shit, guys. Like, y'all like World of Warcraft. Can't we all just get along? Or, you know, can't we just agree to disagree on some things? Can't we have some differing opinions? Like, it's okay that some people don't agree that Chromie is trans. Like, it's okay. Chromie's a fictional character. You know, people can have whatever opinion about Chromie that they want to have. It's okay. You can actually coexist in the world and be friends and be nice and have conversations about games without, like, jumping down each other's throats and accusing people of horrible crimes against humanity. Like, y'all need to chill out. So that's actually why I ended up, you know, altering my rules to pretty much say, like, no talk about hot button topics, no talk about like politics or anything woke or QAnon or gender ideology. Like, I literally had to put it in the rules that this stuff is pretty much barred from my server, because people literally cannot just have a conversation without going into self-destructive, burn everything to the ground mode, like hatred, like unbelievable intolerance and hatred for people that don't share the same opinion that they have. And this was on both sides too. This was like, you know, people who are on the left and people who are on the right, and every which way. It's like just unbelievable how crazy people are on the internet. I feel like it's the anonymity that does it, you know? Like, people feel like they could say whatever they want without consequence, so oh my, boy do they. And welcome back, Savannah! I was just telling Torin about, you know, the Chromie story and how, like, that was my first introduction to the crazies. Crazy people who just get, like, really, really aggressive. So let me see, just checking the chat here again, see what I missed. So yeah, after you said when you're losing an argument or feel threatened, you accuse them of war crimes, I guess. Never apologize. I already rarely apologize. I remember the undead lollyfoot fetishist. Oh yeah. Yep. Linked scorpion. Yeah, we don't all have to agree on it. We don't even have to agree that Pelagos is a shitty diversity hire. Too hot for Twitter. I actually agree with you on that, honestly. Um, like, I know this is gonna be awful of me to say, like, this is gonna be a hot take. But while I was playing through Dragonflight, you know how there's like a lot of LGBTQ stuff in the questing? Like, there's that one dragon that's trans that turns into a female Vulpera. There's I've actually been kind of keeping tabs. There's the two Draconids that are gay. There's like the gay human couple. There's the centaur lady who lost her lover and it was a female lover, so she's a lesbian. There was a lot of LGBT couples. And what I really want to see for these characters is like, I want to see a little bit more development to them or more interesting stories, but I still feel like they're just plopping them in there to win points, to check off the box to say we're an inclusive game. It's like, if you really want to show you're inclusive, how about like having like a main character, like a main lore character be gay or something? Like, what if Caligos and like Khadgar started getting a little like, and what also bothers me, and again, this is going to be a hot take. So I've been noticing that they've been sticking a lot of LGBT stuff in a lot of different shows that I watch. Like, I watched, the Owl House and like the Loud House and all that. And I noticed that most of the couples that they always have are always like lesbian couples, but whenever they do a gay couple with men, it's always the gay dad trope. Like, you never see a show where like the main characters are gay men. It's always gay women. Now, I don't have anything against lesbians or LGBT or any of that. Like, I'm all for it. I mean, hell, I've been role-playing gay couples, lesbian couples, bi couples for years. Like, I have a lot of characters that are every which way. But, like, I just noticed it. I was like, how come they're, like, every one of these shows has the main characters being a lesbian couple, but like the gay male characters are just background. They're usually just the gay supportive dads. Like, why can't they be up front and center? And then I noticed that the lead writers to all of these shows are women. And I'm just like, I'm starting to see there's a trend here. I feel like I'm connecting the dots. And like, what is wrong with having more like visible gay men? Like, do you guys still think that that's icky somehow? Because I don't. I want to see them up front and center and them have a story. Sorry if I'm being all grammatically incorrect. I don't know how I'm wording this, but you know what I mean? Like, I was thrilled that they're finally having this representation in these shows, because it's like, oh wow, we're finally getting to a point in our history where people aren't so uptight about this stuff. Like, you can actually show, romantic couples of all different persuasions, and like, it's okay, like, gay marriage is legal. That's fantastic. We're getting to see, transgender people, non-binary people, and all kinds of stuff. But it's still, like, a lot of it does feel phoned in. Especially, like, what they were trying to do with Overwatch, where they're, they made that whole, I know they didn't end up implementing it, but I remember there was something with Overwatch where they were trying to make it more diverse, like this character generator thing that they were trying to do. But like, yeah, basically what I'm trying to get at is, where's all my gay men at? There's a whole lot of lesbians and trans and non-binaries, but I ain't seeing a lot of gay men. They're all just the background characters. Oh, let's see. So here we go. There's literally 10 gay couples in Dragonflight. Celestra is voiced by the same nerd that does Pelagos and still a loser. It's California law. They just phone it in because the writer's room is threatened. Yeah. So yeah, there's my rant. I feel like even like I'm always afraid of even talking about anything related to the LGBT because like people get so heated, like hot around the collars. Like if you say one bad thing, then people start slinging that B word at you. You're a bigot. You're a homophobe. You're a transphobe. You're blah 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 blah. Like, dude, I'm telling you that I like LGBT people. Now, what I don't like is the crazy people who harass and attack people. You know, they call them the alphabet mafia or whatever. Like, I don't like the people who are attacking the people who want to play Harry Potter games and people who are, you know, doxing and attacking people on the internet. Like, I don't really care what you stand for, but, like, if you're gonna be harassing people and literally threatening people's lives and telling people to die, I don't care what cause you stand for, you're a bad person. I want to say more strong words, but, well, I'm just gonna say it. Like, if you do things like that, I don't care what side of the political spectrum you're on. If you attack and harass and dox people, you're a piece of shit. So there we go, I said it. I said what I had to say. Like, you're a horrible human being and you need to go get some therapy and get off the internet and leave people alone and let people enjoy their video games and whatever media it is that they like to watch. So there we go. I don't even know how did I get onto this topic because I'm never gonna make it through this Asmongold video. I just have so much to say. Oh my god. Anyway, let's get back to the Asmongold video. But thank you for listening to my extremely controversial things that I feel like I could never say this stuff in my server because people would just be like thinking that I'm a horrible person or whatever. They'd be like, "You're an alt-right Nazi. How dare you have opinions about stuff that I don't agree with," or whatever. But at least when I'm streaming, you know, and I know I'm talking to a chat full of fairly reasonable, level-headed people, like I can talk, like have a conversation like a normal human being, and I don't have to feel like I'm walking on eggshells. So I gotta say, like, I really appreciate, you know, you guys for being sane. Like, it's nice. It's nice to be able to have conversations and not be completely like ostracized just for expressing my thoughts and opinions. Let's see. I want to see what happens if one of my employees or voice actors or writers or whatever is like snark. But anywho, so let's continue. Edgy. If one of your employees, voice actors, or writers is edgy. Like, okay, so edgy, how so? Do you mean edgy like just somebody who's not afraid to actually speak their mind and doesn't care what the masses say, or cuz nowadays that's considered edgy. Like I feel like people are so afraid of being attacked by angry mobs on the internet now that they've literally been forced into silence. Like nobody can express their opinions about anything because they're so afraid of the anonymous hate mobs, you know? Fire he said something I disagreed with on Twitter. Meow 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 meow. Oh, that's another one. Like, what was that? The gamer company that fired this woman because, like, they found out she was following people on Twitter that they don't like. Like, I think she was following Blair White and I don't know who else. Uh, just yeah, basically got fired from the job because like they were policing her social media and seeing who does she follow and what content does she like. Like they've been doing that too. Like, oh man, people got to be afraid now of like even just pressing the like button on a Twitter post because it's gonna come back to bite them. Like, oh my god, how dare you like a post by this person who, you know, I don't know, this person supports something that somebody disagrees with somewhere. You horrible person. And then they get them fired from their job. This is the world that we live in now, Like, you can't even, like, follow certain social media without risk of losing your job. This is why I'm glad that I'm self-employed. Like, I'm gonna watch what I want to watch and follow who I want to follow, and if you don't like it, you can just, go somewhere else. Like, if you don't like me, don't stick around to harass me. Just go leave. Leave! Get out of here. Let's see. And then all I'll say is just laughing my ass off. No, he stays because he's the voice of blah. Because every time a company does that, their game turns out to kind of suck. I just think that shouldn't even be legal. Like, it shouldn't be legal for a company to fire somebody based on discrimination about like their, political beliefs or who they follow on social media. I mean, all right, I guess like yeah, private company, free enterprise, they can technically hire and fire and do whatever they want, but they still have to be beholden to some kind of like laws, So when I hear stories about stuff like that where people get fired just because of a YouTube video that they clicked like on, I'm like, how is that legal? Oh man. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, again, this is the world we currently live in. Like when the whole Hogwarts Legacy thing blew up, I was just like astonished. I'm like, wowee, you guys, of all the ways that J.K. Rowling makes money from like the Harry Potter theme parks, the books, the movies, I don't know, every other thing, Legos, like you're not attacking any of these things. You're literally going after people that want to play the video game because it's the easiest target, These people, they just want to, I think a lot of it just boils down to money because they get a lot of attention by doing this stuff and they try to monetize it. Like, it's all just a big scam, all of these, like, rage mobs. It's really for attention and to make money, They're probably like, oh, I'm gonna attack these people for doing XYZ. Now donate to my charity that's totally a fake charity. And then they rake in the dough. Like, it's all a big scam. Like, they're not really doing activism. They're just scamming gullible people who think they're doing something for a good cause. That's my opinion on that. Anyway, where am I going with this? I don't know. I'm like completely rambling right now. I'm gonna go back to the Asmongold video. Here we go.
The results of the case will dictate what's allowed for years to come and will possibly cripple companies like Google and Meta. It is very clear to everyone.
Oh, and I think that there will be a case too where Eventually, somebody will ask the question, why are minors on social media websites? There is no benefit for society that a minor is able to use a social media platform. There's really none. And I can almost fucking guarantee you that if this goes to like be a big like social issue, the companies will lose. Because any parents don't care. Parents massively fucking care. Every parent that has a kid has some sort of issue with this kid and social media almost. I hear this all the time, man. Zero benefit to anyone if you use social media. I think that you can make that argument, but any argument that you can make with that becomes infinitely more powerful whenever it's with kids. So it's like they're first going to get rid of kids off social media, and then maybe you can talk about what you're saying. And so bad parents don't? Yeah, for sure. How else are they going to get them indoctrinated? Well, I think that the problem is that big tech isn't really beholden to the government, really. So the indoctrination that big tech might be doing isn't the one the government wants them to have.
I gotta watch that.
Especially
that just
whenever
came
it's
out
by
on
TikTok,
Netflix.
which is made by China. Parents care, they just don't know how or are too lazy or monitor or stop them. Exactly, for sure. And I think that's probably something that will be coming up relatively soon. Like, I cannot see a benefit for a 15-year-old girl to have an Instagram account. I can see, like, oh, yeah, she can, you know, have an Instagram with her friends. Like, yeah, there's probably, like, benefits. But I feel like you can look at some benefits, but, like, the net, you know, you take all the benefits, weigh it against all the negatives, fucking, like, massively, like, double-digit negative effects. Awful. So, yeah, it's really, really bad. And I think that as soon as the population starts seeing this and people's awareness of this grows, it's going to be done. Who cares? You can never stop them? Well, if who cares you can never stop them is the answer you want to go with, why is it that there's already a rule for having kids that are 13 or over? Like, if you say that you're a little kid on a lot of these websites, the websites are programmed and compelled by law to automatically ban your account. You're right that, of course, there's going to be there's going to be kids that still use them. Absolutely. But, like, for example, with social media platforms where people post photos of themselves and you see a photo of a 14-year-old and they're going to ban you. That's what's going to happen. So, of course, I mean, like, yeah, they ban you. Exactly. So, just because, like, for example, whenever they made murder against the law, it didn't get rid of murder, but it probably made less people kill each other, you know? It's the same thing with a lot of other stuff. Yeah, if you make something against the law, you at least have accountability for whenever you allow it to happen. Somebody else allows it to happen. It's about
in the tech
reducing
world, that 2023 is going to be the true test for these tech giants. And so far, only a week into the year, and Amazon is already shedding 18,000 more jobs, with more cuts expected in the next few months. It should be clear by now that it's going to be a very rough year for Silicon Valley, and only time will tell whether they're ever going to be the giants they once were.
I think that it's a very interesting time that we're going into. And I think also, like, especially after COVID and the two recent elections, right? The 2020 and 2016, every single person that's politically minded has seen the power of social media. They saw how powerful, the Donald Trump social media machine was in 2016. I think that if there was no social media, Donald Trump probably wouldn't have won. But he was massively popular on social media across the board. And then on the other side, people saw how powerful social media was for controlling a narrative with COVID, for controlling a narrative with like the election, for example. I mean, I'm not one of these election denier people, but the fact that you can't even say that is a little bit ridiculous to me. And of course, all the people on the other side are like, well, what the fuck is this? We want to be able to say what we want to say, and they can't do that. So now both sides have had a dosage and an experience of what it's like whenever social media is against you. Yeah, 9/11 deniers. Oh, plenty of stuff. Yeah. All the big tech businesses are not going to die. I don't think that they're going to die, but I think that there's going to be a massive restructuring of big tech. And I can't imagine big tech existing on the global level that it does now in 10 years because of regulation and different parts of like government mandated oversight that I think is going to happen. That's why. Let's see here. I'll read a few comments and then we'll move everything else over. And when you censor ideas and only make them more radical, sometimes, but it depends on what ideas you're censoring. I think some ideas it's probably a good idea to censor them. Some ideas it's not. My perspective is in general, if your idea is to kill a bunch of people, this is bad. If it's not, it's probably a lot more debatable. I think usually ideas that advocate violence towards certain people or certain groups of people are like categorically bad. And everything else, it's not really that big of a deal to me. I think some company will come up along soon that will slay the giants. Maybe, and I think that it'll just be the government. Regulation will always struggle to keep up with tech unless it becomes much more agile. I think that it will be, and I think also there are some general sentiments that these tech companies have that, like for example, like their algorithms and like allowing kids on the website. That's not something that you have to like really fix more than once. Maybe it might have to be with the algorithms at least. I'm not sure. What about ideas that advocate violence in general and isn't aimed at a certain demographic, like toppling governments? Well, I don't know. Like, for example, like, you know, like saying that you should go and burn down your local courthouse. Yeah, I think that, like, basically, my perspective in general with, like, social media is social, like, I very strongly believe in personal censorship. And what I mean by that is that if you don't like cats, you should be able to blacklist the word cat on Twitter, and you should never have to see another cat in your life. Nobody should have the right to force you to see a cat. But at the same time, I think a person who wants to share their love of cats should not get banned from the website because of that. Does that make sense?
I like what he just said right there. The whole, I mean, his analogy was pretty great. Like, if you love cats, you should have the right to post your cat videos. And if you don't like cats, you should be able to self-censor and, like, prevent the social media from ever showing you cat videos. Like, you know, that's perfect. Like, if people just did that, like, if somebody has an opinion you don't like, and you don't like that person, just block them. Don't go after them. Don't attack them. Don't incite angry mobs to go after them. Literally just block them. Like, if you don't like J.K. Rowling, don't buy Hogwarts Legacy. Don't play the game. Don't support her stuff. That's fine, but don't bother other people who want to enjoy it. And this just goes for everything. The whole, just why the internet today is so crazy and full of hate and divisive. Well, not just the internet, but just people today are so divisive on everything. And I get people in my Discord server too who you know, they tell me they have somebody else is in the server that they don't like, you know, maybe somebody that they role played with and it went south or whatever. And you know, they want to leave my server because they don't like that the person is in there. And I'm like, do you realize that there's a block function? Like, you could literally block the person in the server and you don't have to leave the community. Because if you block them, you don't have to see what they post and they won't see anything that you post. You know? Like, problem solved. Self-censorship. So I really do like what Asmongold just said there. And I always get annoyed how, like, especially on WoW, too, the people, the other day when I was, well, a couple weeks ago, you know, when I was dancing and those role players were getting annoyed at me and they were threatening to report me because, like I was annoying them, I guess, just by being there and dancing on the mailbox and distracting them from their role play. And, like, you know, I said one thing out loud in the chat that was kind of like an advertisement. So they're all threatening me. It's like, dude, if you don't want to see what I'm writing, just block me. Or slash ignore, you know, because World of Warcraft has that feature too. If anybody in the game is, like, annoying you or harassing you, you can literally just slash ignore them and then you won't see any of their text anymore. Self-censorship, y'all. Like, literally, it's a powerful tool. People really need to use it. Anyway, back to the video.
Yeah, so I very much believe in that. Absolutely. Don't be feline phobic. Yeah, there you go. And black metal was built over burning churches. Imagine how cool music based on building legal institutions would be. Black metal was built off of burning churches. I think that you're really talking about a very small subset of black metal. That's like the Burzum, Euronymous, like that group of people. To say that black metal as a whole was built around burning churches, I think is probably a bit too much. Yeah, that's like, yeah, Norwegian stuff. That's, yeah, there's not that many people that are really doing that. It's bullshit about black metal, yeah. Let's see here. And problem is the on the line is stating facts and opinions. Well, I think people should be able to have wrong opinions about things. I don't think that should be bannable unless it's something that's advocating violence. Basically, things that should be bannable should be against the law. That's in general where I draw the line. Isn't it dangerous as you get closer to your bubble and you're exposed only to what you want to be exposed? Yes, it does. I think echo chambers are bad, but I think people have the right to be in them. Like, for example, drinking soda is bad, but I think people have the right to drink soda. Drinking alcohol is bad, but I think people have the right to drink alcohol. You know, like watching TV has no real probable benefit, right? But people have the right. Like, for example, being overweight is bad, but it's not illegal to be overweight. Some people can indulge in negative things, and you can't control people on that level. Drinking soda makes you bald. Yeah, I heard that one got deleted, but yeah, I think this is a good video, and I hope that we see more people talking about this kind of stuff, because I'd be really happy to see like more forward thinking with social media and people talking about it. I think that too often the conversations around social media are just people that are trying to co-opt it to push their own narratives rather than make it better. Let's see here. I'll read a couple more things and then I want to move on to something else. And wouldn't it be better for people to know that it's bad even if they choose to continue to do it anyway? Well, I think it's okay for people that, so like, for example, if somebody says that, I don't know, like that 9/11 didn't happen or something like that, I think that everybody else is going to say, like, shut up, idiot. Yeah, it did. Like, we watched it happen. Go over there and see for yourself. Or the earth is flat. No, it fucking isn't. Shut up, idiot. You know, go on a spaceship and see for yourself. Look at all of the data that, like, Pythagoras fucking found in, you know, BC 5,000 years ago. So, yeah, of course. Of course it's better, but I think that discourse is almost always better than censorship.
If you try to say stuff like that, the response should be LMAO, you're fucking stupid. Yeah. Did I ever tell you guys about, like, the time that I went to Walmart and I got my COVID vaccine? And you know how, like, after you get the shot, they make you sit and wait for 15 minutes to make sure that you don't have an allergic reaction to the shot? And of course, if you guys didn't get the vaccine, like, you know, cool. Like, I'm not one of those people who is all like, if you didn't get the vaccine, you're a murderer. I believe, like, it's your choice, you know, your choice, your body, you do what you want to do. So I really don't care either way whether you had it or not. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. So I had to sit down and wait 15 minutes, and this old, maybe like in her 50s or early 60s, this woman was sitting there because she also just had her shot. So I was stuck sitting with this woman for 15 minutes. And at first she started off, you know, kind of like a nice lady, you know, pleasant conversation. But then she started telling me that she believes that the earth is flat, and she tried to convert me to the flat earth theory, and oh my god, I was crawling out of my skin at that point. Because, like, I already knew that for somebody to have a belief that crazy, like, you could bring up all the science and all the evidence. You could show them, like, NASA space satellite videos that show that the earth is round. And they're going to find some way to debunk every single thing because they are so firmly stuck in their belief that no amount of science and proof and fact is ever going to change their mind. They're basically like in a cult mentality, you know? So Mike was just like really about ready to tell this woman to just shut up because she just wouldn't stop going on about it. And then, you know, and then to make matters worse, she started saying stuff like Joe Biden is a pedophile, and I don't know. She was just going on and on, and she was. Oh, some people outside are yelling. People outside are having a domestic dispute. Can you guys hear that? Can you guys hear this? Oh my god. These people are so loud. Like there's this couple that lives in one of the buildings near me, and sometimes like late at night I just hear them screaming at each other. Like I heard the woman screaming at the man, and then the man is like, "Well, you no, wait, the woman was accusing him of cheating on her or something." It was like a real Jerry Springer moment, you know? Anyway, they totally derailed me from my train of thought talking about the flat earth lady. But yeah, this lady in Walmart, she was just really one of those kind of crazos, you know? Like she was a Trumper thumper. She was saying all kinds of weird stuff about Joe Biden, and she was saying, you know, the earth is flat, and you were all living in the matrix, like you're all living in a delusion. And I'm just like, oh, this 15 minutes can't go fast enough. Oh, those people are yelling again. Oh, now the guy's banging on the door, threatening the woman, open the door. Guys, if I have to call the police on my stream because, like, some crazy stuff starts happening, oh my god. Hopefully that'll never happen. You guys want to hear another funny story about this place where I live? So, literally the very month I moved here in December of, you know, 2021. And I don't know, it was like 1:30 in the morning, and I was like, oh, you know what? I want to start putting up some Christmas decorations. And I figured, hey, at 1:30 a.m., that's the perfect time to go hang some lights outside because, you know, everybody's asleep or indoors and it's nice and quiet out, and I don't have to like see people. You know, I could just sneak out there like a little Christmas light hanging ninja and just, you know, make merry. And, well, there were some people walking across the lawn screaming, and there was this black guy, and he just started taking off all his clothes. And it was 23 degrees out, okay? It was 1:30 a.m., December 22nd, 23 degrees outside, and this guy is probably on drugs, and he starts just stripping down, like, pulling off his shirt, pulling off his pants. And at that point, I'm like, you know what? I think I will put up the decorations another day, maybe during the daytime. And I just quietly slunk back into my apartment and locked the doors and locked the windows because I really did not expect to see something like that. So that kind of gives you an idea of the kind of place that I'm living in, you know? It's a little bit sus at times. There's definitely some stuff that goes on here. And in case anybody's wondering, you know, I live in HUD housing, so that's basically low income housing, and this is a complex for low income families, so people that have children. So there are a lot of couples here, and they have some serious relationship problems, I guess you can say. Because the way I hear these people screaming at each other, it's like, y'all need to seriously get some couples counseling, because, oh man. And I've seen them do this in front of children, too, like, screaming at each other. Like, that's just terrible. Like, nobody should be having domestic violence fights in front of children. But, yeah, that's just the way it is here, you know, where I live, so... It is what it is. Anyway, back to Asmongold.
Except in cases of advocating violence, and a few other exceptions.
Oh well, I guess that's it. The Asmongold video's done. Meanwhile, I still hear the neighbor people screaming at each other. I can hear it through the walls. Oh my god, it's so distracting, you know? Like, the other thing I typically hear a lot is, like, the people that live right next door to me have a 8-year-old son who is, like, hyperactive, disorder, autistic. I don't know. He's got problems. And he has, like, these temper tantrums where he, like, literally for, like, a half hour straight, this kid will scream. He will throw himself against the wall. He'll stomp up and down the stairs. And he just goes on and on and on, and he curses at his mom. He's like, I hate you, and all this stuff. And I'm just like, oh my god. I know this is gonna be a terrible thing for me to say, but like, if that was my kid, I would have put him up for adoption. Because I could not handle that. Like, and this kid has these tantrums almost every single day, at least twice a day. Like, I hear the mother struggling just to get him out to the school bus in the morning because he's, like, screaming and crying and cursing and complete meltdown. Like, I couldn't. There's no way. I'm not strong enough to handle somebody like that. Oh, I feel really bad because the lady next door is pretty nice, but oh my god, I can't fathom how she deals with her son, because that little boy got some problems. Alright, let's see here. So, notice this entire time I've just been drawing ropes. Like, I feel like the ropes are more work than any other part of this line art. Just ropes. Lots of ropes. Anywho, I'm gonna put our music back on, I guess, because the Asmongold is done. Let's get some music. Ropes. So many ropes. So let's look up copyright royalty free music and see what we got here. By the way, is there like a genre of music that you like? Because they have like all kinds of free music. So like if you want to listen to metal or synth wave or I don't know, epic fantasy, soft dad rock. Okay, let's see if there's any copyright royalty free soft rock music specifically. Copyright and royalty free Okay, well, there's a playlist here. It's got 26 songs in it. It says rock music, no copyright, royalty free, so we're gonna go with this. You know what's really funny? Even when I do pick the copyright royalty free music, it still gets muted on Twitch. Huh, this actually doesn't sound that bad. I find this hard to believe that this is copyright royalty free. This can't be copyright free because this sounds really good. I'm gonna get flagged for playing it. But you know what? It says it's copyright royalty free, so I'm just gonna roll with it. Oh my god, string me up just to cut me down. Does that lyric not perfectly fit this picture? YouTube's gotta be lying to me. This is actually a good song. It's from Raven's Face and it's called Pirates and Kings, and it says no copyright rock next to it. And it even has a free song download for it. It says free to use in your YouTube and Twitch videos. Yeah, I'm gonna share this with you. I'm gonna put this in the music channel because this is actually like really good. I've never heard this before and I'm already loving it. I'll post it in the chat here too. Yeah, this song slaps, guys. If this is really a band that makes music for free for people to use, and these people need to be bumped, yo, like promote the crap out of them. And if they do sell albums, like buy their albums, because that's so nice of them to make music for free for people. Sounds good too so far. I like this playlist. I really missed playing good music on my stream. Ever since I started streaming on YouTube, I had to be like really strict about my music. Because Twitch doesn't care so much, but YouTube, like, they literally will remove my videos if I play anything copyrighted. Like, YouTube does not play around at all. Like, I had one stream where I broke down and I'm like, I'm gonna play my own music, and I did, and that was the one video that YouTube took down. Shows me what happens when I rebel against their algorithm. Oh, look, the people's here. Here. We have a Bibble. Bibble. I wish you were here. I'll keep you right here beside me. I gotta spam some Bibble emotes. I need to know. Oh boy, neighbor lady's outside screaming. Sounds like she's yelling at her kid now. The next door neighbors are having all kinds of drama today. Ooh, I already like the sound of this song. Yeah, this one slaps. I love, like, my favorite thing about rock songs is when you got a good bass. Like, I hear the bass in this one and it's like... Yeah. Nice bass. Sorry, I'm not drawing. Bibble is like all over me right now. Uh-oh, the kid's having one of his tantrums right outside. I'm gonna pause. See if you guys can hear this. Geez, the whole family. The mom's yelling at the father's yelling at the mom, the kid is screaming, having a tantrum. And Bibble doesn't like it. No, Bibble doesn't like it. I know, Bibble, there's crazy people out there. I know. And you just want your dance. Oh. I tell you, all this screaming going on outside is really distracting. Like, they should all just go in the house, apologize to each other, de-escalate, calm down. But, you know, the kid's throwing a tantrum, so... I don't know if you guys can hear this, if my microphone could pick up all the screaming going on outside my window. And can you hear Bibble when she meows? Bibble. Aww. Bibble, you want dance? You want dance? Tell me you want your dance. Yeah, you want your dance? As long as Bibble's all over my arm, I can't draw. Bibble. Bibble cat. Hmm. Oh my. Sounds like the neighbor lady's calling the police. This has gotten serious. And she said something about having blood on her hands? Oh my god. I try not to be nosy, you know? Like, I try to mind my own business, but, like, I can hear everything because they're literally right below my window screaming, so it's not like I'm trying to be nosy and eavesdrop. I'm just sitting at my computer. And I'm just hearing screaming and yelling, and I'm like, what is going on? Oh my god, call Jerry Springer. This, jeez. Ay, ay, ay. Never a dull moment when you live in HUD housing. Yep, she's given out the address, so she must be calling the police, so this is pretty serious. Jeezums. Well, that domestic dispute escalated. Like, you know it's bad when the cops get involved. Bibble, you want dance? Come on, Bibble, let's go get your dance. I'm not gonna be able to work unless I can convince Bibble to get off my arm. Come on, Bibble. Let's go get your dance. There we go. I will BRB, guys, because I'm gonna go feed this cat. I'm gonna turn the rock music back on, too, because we don't need to hear any more domestic dispute. I've heard more than enough. Mike is calling Bibble, so he's gonna feed her. And now I hear sirens, so I'm guessing police or an ambulance. Just about calling me. Ignore all the craziness going on outside my window. Oh, good thing this picture's scheduled for 3 days, eh? Well, we're gonna get the line art done today, though, so don't you worry about it. Day one is always rough scheduling line art, so it will be done. Pretty much once I get the ropes done, everything else is gonna go so much quicker. Just the ropes is very time consuming. So many ropes. Say no to rope. Jeez, now the cops are gonna have to de-escalate this thing. There's a lady out there.
starts to change, yeah, we won't be afraid. We'll never be the same again. Yeah, we won't be afraid. you start playing with fire. Everyone burns in the end.
Oh dear, Bipple has come back. Oh, whatever am I to do? She's crawling on my arm again. Bipple, wow. Didn't Mike feed you? Did he lie to you? Did he not give you your din? Oh, Bipple, why? I have a Bipple. I think she still needs her dins. Mike ended up calling her because I was like, hey, can you help get Bipple off of me? So I thought he fed her. I'm going to ask him because maybe she's trying to trick me into feeding her twice. But she does that. Oh my gosh, Charlotte is posting such adorable pictures of us. They look so good. Thank you so much, Lily Miss Weaver. Oh my god, I love these. I'm saving all of them. And I will totally like share your post when you post it to Instagram. When I can't like actually type to Mike, I put the Bibble emoji and then I put the hand pointing up to let him know she's on me and I can't type and I need help to like get Bibble off. Like you need to feed her. He fed her. Bibble is lying. She's bibbling. Bibble's trying to get me to feed her again. Oh, she's so sneaky. Oh, she does that. She'll get one of us to feed her, and then she'll eat it all, like clean her bowl. And then she'll go to the other one, and she'll act like she's starving and eat all day. Thank you. Why'd you do that? Oh god, I'm so sorry about the sudden loud screaming. Mike just tickle attacked me. I didn't know he was behind me. Oh god, my heart just jumped 20 feet out of my chest. We're good now though. Deep breaths. He hasn't done that in a long time. You know, he used to get duck attacked and stuff on the stream. He's a stinker. Bibble is off of me, and I can get back to drawing ropes. I got 3 more ropes to do, and then oh wait, no, there's more. Oh god, there's a lot more. Oh god, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 more ropes, and then I have to do the lines, so 9, 10, 12. So 12 ropes altogether. And once we're done with them, we're done with the ropes. And then I just gotta do his feet, his legs, and his tail, and then the background, and then the line art will be done. Woo-woo!
Burning tires in a stolen car. I fucked up so bad outside the bar. kill me when I fought back. I cracked the scars with a baseball bat. The justice will never make this right. I need to run and stay out of sight. Had no choice, it was me or them. Now for a lifetime I'm condemned. I have to forget my old set way of life. I'll go to prison or die by the night. They try to kill me when I fought back. I cracked the scars with a baseball bat. But justice will never make this right. I need to run and stay out of sight. Had no choice, it was me or them. Now for a lifetime I'm condemned. I have to forget my old set way of life. I'll go to prison or die by the night.
Confirmed officer down 1980 Park Avenue.
This is living, I live to find why I'm so trying I can't comply. Why do I deny? This is giving, I'm giving to the world as the world turns around. These rivers flow uphill. Please don't take it all away. Persona. This is taking, I'm taking even less until more is found by my own two eyes. Why can't we hide? This is breaking, I'm breaking optimism until my soul outshines like a raging fire. Don't you deny persona. Picture frames of a broken home. Mama's crying on the telephone. Crying out 'cause the money's gone. It always seems like there's something wrong. This, I swear, is more than I can bear. All you greed, took everything from everyone. You crossed the line. I've been beaten, broken down inside. I've been crawling so long with no place to go. I've just been sitting here thinking clear, my whole world just disappeared. I feel like I've died again. Bloody knuckles, broken picture frames, shattered childhood memories. This, I swear, is more than I can bear. All your greed took everything from everyone. You crossed the line. I've been beaten, broken down inside. I've been crawling so long with no place to go. I will not be broken down from all of the pain you caused. I pick myself off the ground. I will not be giving up. I've made up my mind. I've been beaten, broken down inside. I've been down for so long with no place to call my You crossed the line. I've been beaten, broken down inside. I've been crawling so long with no place to go. With no place In her heart, there's a hole. There's a black mark on her soul. In her hands is my heart, and she won't let go till it's scarred. Try to breathe, but I can't, 'cause the air she feeds me is damned. Got a touch like a thorn, 'cause the girl she's hiding horns. She got blood cold as ice and a heart made of stone, but she keeps me alive. She's the beast in my bones. She gets everything she wants when she gets me alone, like it's nothing. She got two little horns and they give me a little. She got two little horns and they give me a little. She's the fire in the sand, and I burn breathing her in. Now it's love suicide, and I'll sell my soul for the high. Truth be told, I don't mind, 'cause her hell's my paradise. She can crush every hole, got her heels stomping down my throat. She got blood cold as ice and a heart made of stone, but she keeps me alive. She's the beast in my bones. She gets everything she wants when she gets me alone, like it's nothing. got two little horns and they give me a little bit. She got two little horns and they give me a little bit. She got horns like a devil pointed at me, and there's nowhere to run from the fire she breathes. She got horns like a devil pointed at me, and there's nowhere to run from the fire she breathes. She got horns like a devil pointed at me, and there's nowhere to run from the fire she breathes. Horns like a devil pointed at me. She got I know that we are far from waking saints, and I know we all bleed the same. Alone in the tender, this place of birds consumed. But I know there's always a price to pay. Welcome to this nightmare. The worst is letting go. Tonight, we face ourselves tonight. Defending foes tonight. The war begins tonight. On trial day, yeah. ourselves tonight. Defending vows tonight. The war begins tonight. I'm trying again. And not forgiven. It's time for a night. We lost our vision. We're living a lie. So stop pretending that we're buried alive. We must keep digging. It's how we survive. It's how we survive. This one's for you. This one's for Union searchlights, black on the only thing in sight. Feel no pain, empty chest, and you think it's for the best. Walls built of pride, cowards on to right. Close your eyes, just like your mind. I won't let myself become just like you. Pointing fingers, it's all you ever do. This time, this one's for you. Petrified, terrified, your life is purified. Human being in disguise, but you still smell like a bitch. You're so smart, hide your heart, to gain some peace of mind. You're so right in your eyes, to pleasure blind. I won't let myself become just like you. Pointing fingers, it's all you ever do. This time, this one's for you. This one's for you. The perfect way. You no longer exist. You're no longer in just like you. I won't let myself become just like you. control, leave it on the edge. Rise above, yeah. Take control, leave it on the edge. Rise above, I've had enough of you. Take control, leave it on the edge. Rise above, I've had enough. Take control, leave it on the edge. Rise above, I've had enough of you. Running on my own tonight, flickering beneath the light. Try to catch me, shadow games I'm playing with my past. Try to catch me, slowing down is what I've done. Sketching up with me as my shadow circle around. My feet will always see to the ground, and for a lifeline tonight. I'll try to get to my dreams. Try to catch me. Afraid of all I've kept inside. Take my flowers in my stride. Try to catch me. Shadow keeps on playing with my past. Try to catch me. Knowing every step could be my last. What I have done is haunting me. The things I run from the inside. And I'm fighting for lives, for a lifeline tonight. I'll try to get to my dreams. Try to catch me. What I have done is haunting me. The things I run from are inside. Slowing down is what I've done. Sketching up with me as my shadow circle around. My feet will always see to ground, and I'm fighting for lives, for a lifeline tonight. I'll try to get to my dreams. Try to catch me. Try to catch me. Try to catch me tonight. I'll try to get to my dreams. Try to catch me. Watch me as I walk away, lead to pain, release the pain. Gnashing shoots that bullets through my brain. This will be our last goodbye. There'll be no more tears in her eyes. As she walked away, to hear the words she couldn't say to my face. It breaks us into pieces as it falls apart. These thoughts become, it's obvious. There's nothing for us now. There's no talking to James. There's no one else to blame except her own lies. Watch me as I walk away, lead to pain, release the pain. Gnashing shoots that bullet through my brain. This will be our last goodbye. There'll be no more tears in her eyes. Now I
Bibble just wants lots of love and cuddle time or what? Or if she's genuinely trying to trick me into feeding her after she's already been fed. Bibble, what are you doing? What are you doing? Like I'm trying to finish this line art, Bibble. Bibble, why? Why, Bibble Cat? I still have so many ropes to do. Bibble. Oh, you're so adorable. That's okay, Bibble. I don't know what she wants. I'm gonna like close the door. Mike is luring her out, and I'm gonna close the door. So I hate closing her out, but like I can't get my one. Thank you. I need to go to the bathroom. I will be right back.
Decimate you.
Bibble is outside the room for now. And I'm gonna carry on with the ropes. It's been 4 hours of ropes. I hope coloring them is a lot easier than drawing them. Even with the rope brush, it's a lot of work.
without ending, sitting, watching while consuming, pretending it's just fine, disillusioned by the noise, thinking you still have a choice, always praying, never straying from the line, stare at empty mirrors, looking for a sign, nothing but reflections of the faults that left you blind, calling for a savior to convince you it's alright, running from the consequence, you're wasting precious time, there's no one left to hide, there's no one left to hide, there's no one left to hide. So destructive, unrelenting, slowly dying, you're descending, waiting, hoping for an answer to make it out alive. Your deception left you cold, self-afflicted and alone. Stop pretending as you're fading towards the light. Stare at empty mirrors, looking for a sign. Nothing but reflections of the faults that left you blind. Calling for a savior to convince you it's alright. Running from the consequence, you're wasting precious time. There's no one left to hide. There's no one left to hide. There's no one left to hide. You are not who I thought you'd be. This perfect mess, a tragedy. Your vanity is blinding you. The darkest parts they filter through. There's no running away. There's no running away. There's no running away. There's no stare at empty mirrors, looking for a sign. Nothing but reflections of the faults that left you blind. Calling for a savior to convince you it's alright. Running from the consequence, you're wasting precious time. Stare at empty mirrors, looking for a sign. Nothing but reflections of the faults that left you blind. Calling for a savior to convince you it's alright. Running from the consequence, you're wasting precious time. There's no one left to hide. There's no one left to hide. There's no one left to hide. I watch the world outside while you're buried alive. Shaking hands, can I catch my breath? It's 3 a.m. and I'm scared to death. My darkest side has come alive. Can I the hell I live in every day? Which one shot will never break me again? Nothing you do can take me down. I'll never flinch, no fear. I'll never walk away. Let the fire rise inside me. I'm a fighter. All my life I've been waiting for a chance to burn it higher. Light me up, I won't stop till it all ignites. I'm a fighter. All my life I've been waiting for a chance to burn it higher. Light me up, I won't stop till it all ignites. Light me up, I won't stop till it all ignites. Light me up, I won't stop till it all ignites. Till it all ignites. In this farewell, there's no blood, there's no alibi. 'Cause I've drawn regret from the truth of 1,000 lies. So let mercy come.
Whoopsies. Oh no, we got 1 minute of Linkin Park. The free playlist ended and it just like auto started playing alternative rock of the 2000s. I was like, ah, shoot. I didn't know I had autoplay on. No, I have it turned off, so I don't know how it went to that. So let me go back. Yeah, it just automatically jumped to, well, I don't know what YouTube is gonna do to me now. Like, 1 minute of Linkin Park made it into my stream. Like, here I have 4.5 hours of streaming, 1 minute of copyright music. We're in trouble now. Oh well, this video is probably gonna end up getting taken off YouTube, but it'll be on Twitch. They're just gonna mute the, Twitch just mutes the audio that it doesn't like, so. So I'm gonna restart this playlist up at the beginning, because I like it. It's not bad. It's funny though, because while this playlist was going, I've actually been listening to Linkin Park on my phone. Like, I had my microphone off and I'm just listening to Lost, that track that they just recently posted up that was from the Meteora album that was never published until now. So I really like that one. Now, Mike just sent me a picture. Apparently, Bibble is currently on his because she got excommunicated from the bedroom because she kept laying on me while I'm trying to work. So now she's just gonna lay on him. Clearly, she just doesn't want to be alone. She wants attention. But you know, when I'm trying to work and she's like all draped all over me, I can't get anything done. So I hate, you know, forcing Bibble to leave, but sometimes I gotta do what I gotta do.
wish you were near. I'll keep you right here beside me. I need to know I'm not alone. Now take it home as the night begins to fade away to yesterday. I wanna you really think that I would just lay down, and die? This is where we draw the line. You won't cross me, but I dare you to try. Your bridges are burning, and I've just been waiting to finally take back what is mine. This is what happens when you start playing with fire. Your desire, everyone burns in the end. You're leaving doors wide open. You're letting the wrong ones in. Your desire, everyone burns. Now get what you deserve. Now your time is wearing thin as I crawl beneath your skin. Not a matter of how, more like a matter of when. 'Cause it's cold when you're lonely. The colors you show me, nothing but gray, hollow and empty. You are nothing. This is what happens when you start playing with fire. Your desire, everyone burns in the end. You're leaving doors wide open. You're letting the wrong ones in. Your desire, everyone burns. Now get what you deserve. Let it burn, let it burn, let it I hope you beg for your life as you choke on every lie. Know that I can't forgive, but I can't forget. Bridges are burning, and I've just been waiting. This is what happens when you start playing with fire. Your desire, everyone burns in the end. You're leaving doors wide open. You're letting the wrong ones in. Your desire, everyone burns. Now get what you deserve. You're playing with fire. Now get what you deserve. Let it burn, let it burn. This is what happens when you start playing with fire. Everyone burns in the end.
Doing it, doing it, doing it, doing it all for the thrill.
Park Avenue.
This is living I live to find why I'm so dry, trying I can't comply. Why do I deny? This is giving, I'm giving to the world as the world turns around. These rivers flow uphill. Please don't take it all away. Persona. Persona. Whoa, it won't change. I won't break. So different from you. So different from you. This won't change. I won't break. So different from you. So different from you. Visions of a broken home. Mama's crying on the telephone. Crying out 'cause the money's gone. It always seems like there's something wrong. This, I swear, is more than I can bear. All you greed to get everything from everyone. You cross the line. I've been beaten, broken down inside. I've been crawling so long with no place to go. I've just been sitting here thinking clear, my whole world just disappeared. I feel like I've died again. Bloody knuckles, broken picture frames, shattered childhood memories. This, I swear, is more than I can bear. All your greed took everything from everyone. You crossed the line. I've been beaten, broken down inside. I've been crawling so long with no place to go. I will not be broken down from all of the pain you caused. I pick myself off the ground. I will not be giving up. I've made up my mind. I've been beaten, broken down inside. I've been down for so long with no place to call my own. You crossed the line. I've been beaten, broken down inside. I've been crawling so long with no place to go.
month, Prophet. Welcome. I like your cat. Let me show you mine. There's my dibble. Okie dokie. Yeah, and I'm just about done with this line art, so woohoo! 5.5 hours for something this detailed. That's pretty darn good. I gotta say. That doesn't count the 2 hours I spent setting up the references, and probably I'd say maybe half hour, 40 minutes I spent doing the rough sketch, so 5.5 plus 6, 7, 8. Let's just say we're at like 8 hours about so far. Give or take, you know. Yeah, that's why I had to charge you a lot for this one. Knew this was going to be a big project. But that's okay, we made sure we charged extra so that, you know, we don't run out of time like we almost did on the last one. I like just barely came in within budget on that one. Oh, sure. Let me save real quick. E-file, E-open, and card this is ABC.
Will you follow me when the sky starts to change? Yeah, we won't be
There he is.
We'll never be the same.
Ooh, yeah, this one was a lot of work too. Especially with all the detail on the shoulders, skull face, the goblet. And the really bony, awesome leg. Yeah, him face on. You go enjoy dinner. I will be sending you your line art in just a minute. I just gotta make sure it's all 100% perfect. And then I will save the file and send it over to you. That must have hurt when his face peeled off. Poor guy. Arazi peeled a dude's face off before him. He screamed when he did it. Oh wow. Hey, I got a question. Can undead characters feel pain? Or do their nerves not work anymore? So like, you know, when they start rotting and limbs break off, or somebody like punctures a hole through them. Huh. I never really thought about it, but like since you're bringing it up, I'm like, So like, since he's undead and his face peeled off, like I would think that would hurt. But... think this line art is good. I'm gonna just do like a light line of like a hill as far as the background. So we got like foreground, middle ground, background. So much magics that push light into them, the light absolutely hurt. Oh wow, yeah, that. All right, I do believe that this line art is done. And I am zooming in though just to check the little messy spots where lines overlap a bit. Just fixing that up because I'm OCD and I don't want anything to be messy in my line art because I'm a neat freak about it. So once this is all 100%, which it just about is. Very messy. Okay, I think we are good. So I'm gonna save this and then I'm gonna go get the reference pictures from Lom. And yeah, then that's pretty much it for me for tonight. So woot woot. We done good, guys. I put in about 8 hours today altogether. Or well, not just today, but when I did the references and everything. So we're doing well. So I'm saving the line art right now. Oh yeah, absolutely. So yeah, any color references that you need me to have, be sure to like send them along. You know. I am saving the line art. And then I'm gonna post it up in the server. Alright, line art incoming. How old is Arazi? Is he like 80? Or is that 50s? Late 40s? Okay. Gotcha. Alright, so I just sent you the file. I'm just going to upload it into the server real quick into my Sketches and Commissions channel. I'm gonna put the rough sketch too because I like to have like all of them. It's nice to see, you know, the process. Rough, then we're gonna put the line art, and then tomorrow we're gonna work on the color flats and the background, and then the final session will be I put all the wrong emoji on. I gotta put my usual. And thank you guys so much for watching today. I'm always amazed when people stick around for like the whole stream. I'm like, man, you guys are troopers. Because we've been going for like 5.5 hours, so you guys have some remarkable stamina to be able to stick it out with me for, you know, the whole session. So thank you. I always appreciate it. It's nice to have company, you know, while I work. Alright, there's the wine art. Just standing up to the keyboard. And then I'm gonna come find Lomness and take some refereeing pictures. And then I'm gonna be a bum for the rest of the night. I was able to watch this at work. Oh, cool. Yay! Rise in his early 30s. Big guy has been inmate, but also got his own scars. Though far less physical and far less deep. Or are they super deep because they're the emotional kind? Eh? Alrighty guys, so I'm going to end the stream here. And wherever you end up at, Lom, you just let me know and I'll target you and take the pictures. Technically, I can target both of your forms and get them both in. So, like, I'll get the Worgen form and then I'll get the human form. And that way you don't have to, like, hang around once I have them both up in Narcissus. I can, you know, pose both of them at the same time. So, yeah. So I'm going to bid everybody in the stream a good night, and we will continue on this tomorrow, getting those color splats going. So thank you all for watching, and see you tomorrow. Bye bye.